morning,
Buzz.
everyone. I call this meeting of the Berlin Select Board to order at 9:04. Before we begin today's interviews, I would like to thank the members of the screening committee for the significant time and effort they invested in reviewing applications, conducting preliminary interviews, and helping bring forward candidates for the board's consideration. We appreciate their service to the town and the thoughtful work they have contributed throughout this process. I would also like to thank Interim Town Administrator Jeff Nutting and Interim Assistant Town Administrator Dee Green for their assistance during this transition and throughout the search process. The purpose of today's meeting is to conduct interviews for the Town Administrator position. Following the interviews, the board will evaluate the candidates and determine next steps in the process. While we are hopeful of identifying the right candidate for Berlin, our primary responsibility is to ensure the best long-term fit for the town. With that, I will turn it over to our screening firm folks. If you'd like to introduce yourselves.
Are we on?
We're on. Hi, I'm Buzz Stapczynski. I work with Bob on searches for a number of years.
I'm Bob Mercier. I work with Buzz for a number of years. We've known each other for many, many years. We're concurrently managers and administrators in neighboring communities, so we work together for a long time, a lot longer than you want to hear. And we're pleased to be here today. I know it's an important decision for the board. We know it's an important decision with the board. So the process, and we gave you an update more than a few weeks ago, but you had 33 applicants. What we'll say before we even get involved in that discussion, it's a pretty competitive environment out there. These jobs are coming open, and there are candidates who are applying to a lot of different positions, and frankly, we've lost some candidates in our search here that would have been, I think, good candidates here, but they got offered other positions, and they're going to other positions. So we had 33 originally, and our function was to go through those, see who's qualified to do the job. We don't make the fit. You guys decide if that person's the right fit for you. But we'll give you qualified people who can do the job. And we narrowed it down to, I think, 10 folks, Buzz, that we thought, A, could do the job, B, could be a good fit here. We don't know that. We're not you. And we presented those 10 to the screening committee. What about the screening committee? They worked very effectively with us. They asked the right questions, we thought. Dee sat through a lot of these with us, and Mike is a good chair, by the way, and
Thank you, Mike.
he knows how to run things. But the committee did their work; they did their homework, because when we presented 10 folks to them, they had all that material, and they went through it. And we said, we don't want you to interview 10 folks. That's a lot for a committee to do. Now we're down to a reasonable number that you folks think would be good fits. We don't rank candidates, Buzz and I. That's not our job. Our job is to present candidates who can do the job. The committee then filters that down to people that they think would be appropriate for this community. So the bottom line is they decided to want to interview 7 people. And we did that. We did that over a couple of nights, a couple of weeks ago, actually. So we did that process. And we told them coming out of there, narrow that down to 3 or 4 people for the select board to interview. And the reason we sometimes lean towards 4 is what I mentioned earlier. We're in a very competitive environment, and we may lose 1 or 2 of the 4 candidates, and you don't want to present 2 people to you. So they did. They narrowed it down to 4 people. Unfortunately, we lost one of those folks to just another community, another opportunity in another community, which is the nature of the beach. So you have, ultimately, the bottom line is we came up with 3 individuals, or they came up with 3 individuals to forward to you. No ranking. That's your decision as to who you think is the best of those 3, if in fact you decide that there is one that you want to talk to. So it's been a good process. We do a lot of these. And we know about the competitiveness. And that's the thing, I think, from your perspective as the appointing authority, you have to keep that in the back of your mind. Some of these folks are hot commodities, and the field out there is narrowing because people are being moved around and they're getting in place and they're not moving again. So that's the problem we all face. And it's not just Berlin, it's all the communities we're dealing with. We just finished a place on the South Shore, Cohasset, and we lost some people in that search too, and it just happens. It's the nature of the beast. So the people you have before you are the best of the people that the screening committee determined should be moved forward, and that's where we are. So you have those three individuals. They've all been talked to. They're all enthusiastic about coming here. They're going to let us know when they get here, and we'll go get them and bring them in, and we look forward to the discussion. Buzz?
And I'd like to add that I know you folks have your questions, and that's important. If after they answer your question and you want to, drill down a little bit more, get more information about that particular answer, please do. This is, this is your opportunity to really find out what they're about. You can probe a particular answer or probe something on their resume, and if they're professional, and we think they are, they should be prepared to answer a question about this community that they worked in the past, or that community that they worked in the past, or their experience here. What did you learn there from those experiences? Because that's really what they're bringing. So, certainly they have education, certainly they have experiences, but I think that in my opinion, the experiences that they have is where they really that's really oftentimes the best teacher. And sometimes it's not the successes that they had, but the failures. What did you learn from, a project that didn't go well? Because I think that's, we all are experienced folks, and in my experience, that's where we learn the best from. Maybe the things that didn't go right, but what didn't go right for us, and how would we have done it differently, or what did we learn there? So, you have a fair amount of time to ask questions, and that's really what this forum is about today.
Questions of us?
That's what I was going to say. Do you guys have any questions this morning?
Peg, you already asked me what this is. It's a coffee.
Okay, so what we're calling it these days, Bob, a coffee.
I know it's a coffee, because I was at Dunkin's with them. Cream and 2 equal.
I have one, but
Go ahead. I know, you're chewing. You shouldn't have said anything until you were done.
It's okay. We don't have a candidate yet, and we have 18 minutes for you to choose.
excellent. In your experience, what is the average length of time that a town should expect a town administrator to stay in?
Good question. Good question. I know that's a concern. I know we've done your last two, so we know that we've had the 3 years and out type thing. It's difficult. Look, you guys did the right thing. You bumped your salaries up. In our mind, you did the right thing because, as I mentioned earlier, it's a very competitive field out there, and everybody's recognizing that. So they're all bumping up salaries. The interesting situation for a town like yours is some people would say, and we've heard it, that they're coming to Berlin, it's a stepping stone to the next great job in the sky. Not everybody does that. There are TAs, and I'll say this as comfortably as I can say it, it's always a two-way street.
Sure.
You know what happens sometimes in towns.
Yep.
Boards change. I don't like the guy or the gal they hired. Things are going to move in a different direction. So there's that aspect of being in a town like Berlin, or any town, frankly. Buzz and I were managers our whole life. We've seen boards change. We've seen that dynamic change.
Sure.
Some people handle that better than others. They're good at dealing with folks and the changing environment you see in local communities with the elected officials changing. Some people are not so good at that.
Okay.
And they decide it's time for me to move because the changes are coming that I can't really deal with. Some people deal with that well. So to your question, the 3-year issue, it's real, it's there. especially in a smaller town.
Yeah.
You know, there are look, a lot of these people have egos. Both Buzz and I were town managers, and we wanted to move. We didn't start off as town administrators. I was an administrative assistant to the select board. And my next job was as a TA. And I'm like, whew, that's a jump. But that's what happens. And you see some candidates before you who are at that stage. One, you know, in a smaller town as a TA, one who's been an ATM, assistant town manager, and one who's been a manager. So you've got a variety of people in front of you. I think in terms of a place like Berlin, yes, some people will use it as that next step. And don't forget, there are people out there, like your most recent individual, Kristen. She was recruited to go someplace else. Actually recruited to go someplace else. And we see that. We see that a lot. And, you know, it just happens. It's the nature of the beast. I can't give you an honest answer or a diplomatic answer, I guess, as to whether or not Berlin is a place where people come for the 3 years and then move on, or people can come here for 6 years, 7 years, 10 years, depending on that relationship I talked about earlier.
Right.
If the board and the administrator get along well, some people make decisions not about money. It's a comfort level for me to be in this town, and I'm staying here
Right.
because we got a good relationship, and that means a lot, believe me. You don't want to be sitting there as a TA or a TM fighting with the board on a Monday night basis, every other Monday night. You know, that forces your decision. So, roundabout way of answering your question, there are people who would stay if the relationship is working.
Yeah, if I may add, Carolyn, to that, you're talking to the two town managers who had long tenure. And how did that happen? Well, it was the right chemistry with the board. You know, could either of us have made more money if we went to bigger towns? Yeah, we could have. You know, there were opportunities we passed by because we had a good relationship with the 5 individuals that we met with every week or every other week, whatever it was. So it's very much a two-way street. The financial piece is part of it, of course. You know, people want to be appropriately remunerated. But at the same time, it is a very important relationship. And you have a new dynamic going on. You're going to be, you know, there are going to be 5 people sitting across there. And that adds a special dynamic to perhaps what happens to the individual you select. Hopefully, the chemistry that you 3 have with the new person will continue to the 5. But sometimes it doesn't. And as Bob said, we've had some candidates who, on paper, you say, why were you only there 2 years? Well, the board that hired me, they flipped. There were issues going on in town. The votes changed, and through no fault of my own, they said, you know, it's time for a change, and so they moved on. So that happens with some candidates too. Sometimes a short tenure is not to their not because of their issues so much as what may happen on the other side of the table. But you know, as you've got a good salary range, and that goes a long way with attracting good candidates and retaining good candidates as well.
Agreed.
Other questions?
Yes, I would assume that they are also interviewing us today. That is.
I should hope
part
so.
of
Yeah, so to kind of reiterate what you guys said, it's money and personalities.
And I would say it's probably
kind of dictate how long someone will stay.
Yeah.
And the other thing, Carolyn, I will say is Buzz alluded to it, and we knew about it because it's all in the profile and the challenge statement and stuff. You're transitioning as a government. You're going from 3 to 5. That's a pretty significant change and challenge. There are people, and I think you have some before you today, who relish a challenge like that. Your economic situation, what's going on in your commercial industrial sector, particularly with the Solomon Pond, there are people who look at that and say, I could dig my teeth into that. I've got some experience on how to
Which
deal
one?
with things like that. Yeah. So, you know, a 3-year tenure is pretty quick. So with the type of challenges you have, if you get the right person, that person will say, you know, I'm going to be here more than because I got a lot of work to do here. And Dee keeps telling us there's a lot of work to do here.
Yeah, we're a small town with a lot going on.
And I like, you know, I'm talking as the individual now, I like that kind of challenge. I can't get it all done in 3 years. You know, if that relationship Buzz talked about between me and my select board work, I'll be here more than 3 years because we have a lot to do. And once you start a process, I know in my career, once you start something, you don't want to leave it hanging. You want to finish it. And so maybe you get that second contract and you're into the 6-year tenure or a third contract because you have and will, I think, remain competitive in the salary area. You won't be the top, but you'll be competitive,
Right.
which is what a lot of people in the field want. They want you to be competitive so that you understand the value of that position, and they, from their perspective, want to settle. I think I want to settle in because the board's fair, they're treating me right. I want to settle and stay here for a while because there's the type of challenges we all talked about. We've seen them all and heard it all. But anyway, that's just...
But the problem also lies with, you know, when you do your basic types of questions, everyone is going to say, of course I want to stay here.
Yeah,
Of
exactly.
course this is my long-term goal. You know, you figure year 1 is getting to know everybody. Year 2 is going through the projects
Yep.
and figuring what to do. Year 3 is getting a win under your belt. And then you can build on that. But you're always going to hear whether it's this type of interview, whether it's a professional interview in a private sector,
Yep.
it doesn't matter.
Yep.
They will always say, this is where I want to be.
Yes.
This is very
Yes. Yep.
long-term, so
I
when,
don't think we can
Right.
even make that judgment call. I
right.
mean,
So when I hear statements like that, I
Yeah.
don't hear statements like that because you could be here for 6 months and go, oh dear God,
Not
no."
working.
Correct, so,
Just like any job.
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
You know, it's funny, and Buzz and I talk about it all the time, because you're not the first one to tell us that, Peg, that the select board will sit there and say, well, I want to know that this person's going to stay here and blah, blah, blah.
You don't.
Whenever a select board member asks that type of question, if I was sitting on this side, say, could you guarantee me, Peg, that you're going to be here in 3 years? Or Lisa's going to be here in 3 years?
No, I can't, but I could be back.
But you know what I'm saying, because it's a two-way street. You know, you can't guarantee them that, you know, oh, we'd love you here for 10 years. Really? Are you going to be here to make that decision, or, you know? So you take that commitment for what it is, and if you get that 3-year agreement up front and you make it work, collectively make it work, that person likely could stay for another contract and maybe another, you know, that type of thing. So,
Can you just expand upon the idea of, I personally don't think there's a perfect candidate.
Yeah.
They don't exist.
yeah,
No.
yeah,
So can you sort of expand on that a little bit?
yeah. I think we've all been through it. As I mentioned earlier, I was an administrative assistant to the select board. By the way, not far from, in Maynard. That's where I got my start a long time ago. A very long time ago, when Ken and Digital were there and the mills and all that, if you remember all that. That's how old we are. And I had no idea what a TA did, because they didn't have it in that town. They had an administrative assistant to the select board. And Burlington hired me as their first TA. You can imagine, I think you can, because you're elected officials, the trepidation on the board's part. Well, I don't know, this guy's never done this stuff before. And it's the first TA, and you can imagine that transition from an executive secretary to a town administrator for him through a special act of the legislature. So the whole division of power was part of that whole thing. The select board didn't have the responsibilities they had after the TA was adopted. And I came in as a rookie, not really understanding the whole role. So it was pretty difficult. So the type, to me, the success of the candidate is going to be the relationship that you, as the appointing authority, and they develop going forward. That's That's the key aspect. We think the three of them that are here before you can do the job. We're not as concerned about that aspect. It's really whether or not that relationship is going to work with you and with the candidate here.
And if I may add, Lisa, to your question, you've got a good team here.
Yeah.
The two folks we've
Yes.
dealt with most recently. So the incoming person, whoever it is, has to realize that they don't, they're not doing this by themselves. They may be leading the team, so to speak, but they really have to rely on the folks that are here because, you're very fortunate. You don't have, again, I don't know all your department heads, but I mean, it was from our discussions with the ones we did speak with, you don't have weaknesses, you may, so you've got to look at what kind of skills they're bringing and how it complements what you might need now or what you might need 2 or 3 or 4 years from now. Because, there is no perfect candidate. Everybody has, warts and pimples of one sort or another. But how do they overcome them, or how do they compensate for them? In my experience, when I was hiring an assistant town manager, I looked for somebody who just thought differently than I, and that was a good team. That was good, synergy for the office that I was in. I had somebody who I could go to and say, well, what do you think of this? And he'd say, I don't know, I don't think And so I got another opinion, and that I think made the whole office function better. And anyway, so that you're right. There is no perfect candidate, but there are people that know how to bring the team together to compensate for their strengths and to complement their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah. And you guys know what you're looking for. And what I heard in talking to you folks was leadership is important. Somebody who can lead. And leadership is earned. And you don't just walk in and say, I'm a leader. It's earned over time. So that's part of the evaluation you guys are going to make. We kept hearing that throughout the process. And as Buzz said, structurally, you're in good shape. Believe me, there's some disasters around you that some folks won't go near. Some of the candidates won't go near. So you're fortunate in that respect. As a manager or administrator coming in, you look at that and you say, okay, they have a pretty good structure in place, so I'm not going to have to worry too much about that. They're looking for leadership, I can provide that. They're looking for somebody who understands finances, I can provide that. So there is no perfect candidate, but there are good candidates. And I think we're getting close.
I was going to say, are we?
You guys good? And we're here anyway, so.
You guys are both good?
Good. Yep.
Lisa, the one thing I will say, if you guys are involved in the question and answering aspect, and we feel towards the end that there's something we may want to ask them for clarification that you all hear, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah,
I think that's
I appreciate that opportunity.
helpful.
Our goal was to get the most complete
Before
picture
that
so that
stress.
we can make an accurate decision.
Right.
Fence looks good. Down on McGrail's property.
AJ sent me a picture, yeah.
Looks really good. Good.
Thank you.
Glad they blocked it so you can't randomly drive.
Right? Well, that
Around.
was the whole point.
Thank you.
Do you golf?
Mini golf.
No.
Doesn't count.
Well, no, because he showed up in his golf shirt, so I asked him if he golfed, and he said yes, probably as much as badly as I do. So we were going to find some time and go up to the country club. Yeah.
The brother.
Berlin Country Club. Yeah.
Dee, can you print me out the rewrite of that question that you sent yesterday? Thank you.
Want to borrow any of mine? I got 10.
I'm sure you do.
And I have 8, so we're struggling.
I was restricted.
For what?
I was
Well,
told
we can
4.
only do
Well,
4
yes.
but
Oh, yeah, I have
if
more than-
something is
Well, yeah.
covered in
Yes.
a way that you feel that
Yep.
you don't
Right.
need that question,
Yep.
then
You'd
that's
scratch.
And
that
I
happens.
tried to ask questions that I was pretty sure neither one of you were going to ask, just to try
What
to
are you
round
saying?
it
Are
out
you
a
saying
little.
that you know us? Just saying?
Maybe a little.
Maybe a little.
Kinda? Kinda, sorta, maybe?
But things that I think are not normally asked, but are important
Yeah.
specifically to us.
Yeah. Yep.
Because, like you said, there's the standard questions
Oh, I
with
don't
the
know.
standard answers.
I don't do the standard questions,
No.
Why do, no,
Right.
no, what, no, tell me your, no.
I do have one that's kind of a standard question, but it's
Well,
open-ended enough that.
yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's important to remember that we're doing this also for folks who are watching. So
Correct.
if there is
Right.
something, hopefully the standard information comes out with the questions that we're asking.
Correct. Yeah, it's the above and beyond.
We're ready.
Okay.
Yeah. But, how long do you see yourself staying here? Yeah, I'm not going to waste one of my 4 on that.
Yeah, no, hard pass,
Yep.
hard pass.
Yeah. We don't do indentured servitude here. You can leave if that is the decision that you wish to make.
And honestly,
As
we'd
much as
probably
we might
rather you
sometimes
do if you don't want to be here.
Uh-huh.
Agreed.
Yeah.
No.
She went to
Do you
print
want to
something.
Go print something.
We're waiting on D, and
Yeah.
then
And
us
then-
has Evan out there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
I know I only reworded 2.
Okay.
However, I highlighted the other ones that are good. Okay?
You're the best. Thank you.
Are you ready?
We are
All
all
right.
set. Yep.
Yes, sir. All right, folks, I'd like to introduce Evan Kenny. Evan is the town administrator in Middlefield, Massachusetts. Please step right up. And a longtime active participant in this hometown of Wakefield, currently on the Finance Committee.
I'm Peg. Nice to meet you. Does it say Peg?
Good.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome. Thank you for your interest in the town administrator position and for joining us today.
Thank you.
Before we begin, I'd like to briefly introduce those participating in today's interviews. Joining us are Vice Chair Carolyn McDonald, Clerk Peg Stone, myself, Chair Lisa Wysocki. We're also joined by Fire Chief McQuillan and Interim Assistant Town Administrator Dee Green. You've probably met them during the process. To begin with, we'll provide you with up to 5 minutes for an opening statement. We invite you to tell us about your background, your interest in Berlin, and anything else you would like the board to know about your candidacy. Following your introduction, each board member will have the opportunity to ask questions with follow-up questions as appropriate. Because we have several interviews scheduled today, I may occasionally keep an eye on the time to ensure that each candidate receives the same opportunity to speak and answer questions. Once the board's questions have concluded, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of us. We have reserved time at the end of the interview for your questions and any final thoughts you would like to share. We appreciate your participation and look forward to our conversation this morning. You can go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everybody, for having me here. I'm very excited to be here. I guess if you want to hear about my background, I'll start from sort of the beginning. How did I get into municipal government? And it was at a young age, really. Sort of grew up with my dad, who was politically active, and I heard his conversations around the House, and he wasn't somebody who just sort of sat on the couch and yelled at the TV. He was going to town meetings and getting involved in municipal government, and so when I just turned 19, and I ran for a school committee in my hometown of Wakefield, and was fortunate enough to win that election. And I just sort of dove right into municipal government, and I ended up later that year through some combination of luck and I guess a demonstration of skill. I got tapped to go work for Mayor Gray in Amesbury, who was newly elected. And I spent, there was a nice headline, it was like Teenage Chief of Staff Spurs Criticism, and the front page of the paper, and that was a challenging experience for a teenager to walk into, but I didn't think of it that way. The way I handled that was I just dove in and learned as much as I could, and I put in the extra hours to learn as much as I could. And actually, and Dee can relate to this, I'm sure, when I started in Amesbury, there was the first quarter there that we were there, we didn't have an administrative assistant. So it was really me as sort of the front lines of the office, if you will, and I was taking every pothole complaint, every resident call came through me. And I bet Dee will tell you the same thing. The best way to learn this job is to be on the front lines, dealing with every constituent concern that comes in. And the way I still handle it this way, it's easy when you're in that position to sort of just pawn off each complaint to the department that it pertains to and let the department head take care of it. I didn't take that approach, and I still don't. I reach out to the department head and I talk to them and ask questions almost as if I'm the resident, because I want to be educated enough about the issue to speak with the resident in an informed manner. And so that was the best way to learn how municipal governments operate. They're different in every town. There's 351 cities and towns. There's something unique, or a lot of things that are unique about each town. Massachusetts is unique in that way. But so Mayor Gray sort of narrowly lost re-election after 6 years, and I was very fortunate to work for Ken Gray. He was a private sector guy who was an executive VP in publicly traded companies before he ran for office. He really didn't have a political background, and so he took this private sector approach to operating a municipal government. And I was 25 years old, and COVID hit, and I decided it was a good time to sort of go on this pathfinding mission where I can see what I have to offer in the private sector, having worked for a private sector guy. And I did some cool stuff. I sent Bob and Buzz a letter from my previous boss, and actually two of the companies that are on my resume there, OTBX and Cogsdale. I sort of followed him to the next company. I did some cool stuff that I'm proud of. I oversaw a business acquisition in a startup where it was my job to sort of take the new business and our existing business and streamline operations and make it all work as one. And we did that successfully. And I did a number of other things. But at the end of the day, what I found was working to increase somebody else's profit margin and bottom line was not what really motivated me. What motivated me was public service and the responsibility of taking somebody else's tax dollars that in some cases they have some real trouble paying, and being a steward for that and trying to do good things that actually impact their quality of life, and also in a way that is as cost efficient as possible. In Amesbury, we had a tax problem. We were the fourth highest tax rate in the state when we took office. We cut that by, I think it was 15% at the end of the day. But it wasn't just the tax rate we were looking at. We also historically flattened tax bills, tax bill increases. I think the last year we were there, the average single-family home saw a $33 tax bill increase. So it's not just the rate or the bill. It's sort of looking at data as in a variety of forms across sort of a variety of metrics, particularly as it relates to your comparable communities or your surrounding communities. That's sort of how the market works, if you will, I think, with municipalities. And so that I'm really proud of. And at the end of the day, as a young guy going on that pathfinding mission, I enjoyed it. I'm glad I did it. but I kind of know where home is now. And so I'm really excited to be back in municipal government, and I'm really excited to be here in Berlin.
Thank you. Peg, you want to start?
Can we ask questions about his resume that don't count towards our 3? Or do they?
Do you want to do that now, or you want to do that at the end?
The resume is a public document.
All right.
Ask questions.
So Evan, you have been in this industry, I'll call it, for lots of years, but yet you don't have any formal education. Why is that?
Yeah, so it's a goal of mine to finish the bachelor's degree. I was tapped as chief of staff in the middle of my sophomore year of college, where I was a communications major, and I sort of dove straight into the work. And so the reality is it hasn't been really necessary for me to get the degree thus far throughout my career, but it is something that I want to finish, and it is a goal of mine. And so I understand that's something that you folks look at. If it's something that is important to you, I'd be happy to make it a condition of employment that I finish within a certain amount of time. But at the end of the day, it's something I want to do. This might be a good time to do it. And if that's sort of a condition you folks would entertain, I'm happy to work with you on that.
If we're asking questions, I noted that you didn't say anything about your current role in your introduction.
Yes. I've probably skipped over it. Just I thought I might have been going too long, but
it was a little long. So
yeah, no, that's
I'm gonna
okay.
give you the opportunity to talk about your current role.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Chair. So, I'm the town administrator in Middlefield, Massachusetts, which is out in the Berkshire Hills. It's even smaller than Berlin. And so, what I've learned in Middlefield that I think is particularly applicable to Berlin is when you are in a small town, you don't just get to delegate stuff to a staff full of department heads, and they have subordinate staff. There's a lot of stuff you have to learn on your own. I have I got an insurance application from Maya, and I got to fill it out. I used to just give it to my insurance person in Amesbury, who was great. But now it's me going and doing the paperwork and understanding the various things you need to look at in insurance policy. And so there's a number of things where there is a void. You fill the void as a leader and as a town administrator. And so, I've done a number of things there. When I came into Middlefield, the financial situation was rocky. We had sort of a long-time, part-time town accountant, and some of our accounting was not quite up to par. It was sort of a practice where people were just charging invoices to wherever the money was instead of charging them to the correct accounts. There was trouble tracking down records. There was a lot of paper. So we brought in an accounting firm, a professional accounting firm, to sort of take over that role. And I'm a data guy. Particularly when I do a budget, I want to be looking back at historical spend data versus appropriation. I want to find trends in these expense accounts that might indicate soft spots, or if I see a volatile trend, there might be something going on there where it's a little flexible for how they spend money in that account. I didn't really have any of that walking into Middlefield, and so what I did was establish a system with this accounting firm where now we have historical spend data, and I don't. It's really difficult to build a budget without that. I'd like to see 3 to 5 years when I go through my budget process, but sometimes you have to make decisions on incomplete data. We really only had 1 year of reliable FY25 spend data, and so I had to make decisions based on really just FY25 data and figure out what I could about 24, I'm sorry, 26, 25, and 24. And so, if you can imagine, it's honestly a lot harder to work in a small town in a situation like that than it is to inherit a $70 million organization that's already sort of up to accounting standards with data that's reliable. And so we tackled that, and I introduced sort of a new budget process this year that was data-based. Their budget document in the past had really just been their town meeting warrant. And so I built a budget document that showed I didn't have data for 24 or 23, but it showed appropriation data for those years, and then our new spend data. And what that did was get us on the right track, too, for future budgets, that every year we're creating another year of historical look back. That I think is sort of the most important thing that you need to look at when you're developing a budget. Did some other things in Middlefield, too, Madam Chair, but maybe I'll get to that later. But thanks for the opportunity to circle back there.
Still Peg's term.
Yeah, can I do one more follow-up on his, and then I'll stop? Evan, on your resume, you say you oversee procurement processes to ensure compliance with procurement laws. But how do you do that when you're not certified?
Well, I mean, so for one, so I'm registered in the MCPPO program now. But even before that, you lean on counsel somewhat, but you also, without certification, you still need to know the laws, and so that's that's how I've operated throughout my career. Is I had to dive into 30B, 149, 39M. In fact, I just had a bid protest in 149 that was a public building project. It was the historic senior center that's been sort of our big project in town, and it was a structural sort of phase one of a overhaul of this building, and the first step was going in underneath, shoring up the foundation and the sill underneath the sort of the structural beams down there. And when we put it out to bid under 149, we included a linear foot price. So for the sill, because there was like 400 linear feet of sill, we didn't know until we got behind the walls if how much of that sill needed to be replaced. So it turned out most of it needed to be replaced, and so the change order was sizable. It was like a 50% increase, which I think the guidance is generally around 20%. However, there are exceptions for unforeseen circumstances. We did plan for it with the price per linear foot proposal. That's why we set it up that way. But with a change order that was that sizable, I thought we needed to go to open session with the select board and be transparent about it. And so we did that, but a resident who has sort of consistently always been trying to stop this project filed a bid protest, and we had to go through, unfortunately, a little bit of a delay there because the Attorney General immediately said, okay, stop while we investigate this. And our attorneys are great, but they're not construction people. And so I had to dive in and make sure I understood the construction components of the project well enough to translate it for counsel to make a sound legal argument. I was pretty confident throughout the process that we had done everything right here, but the Attorney General ultimately agreed with us, and we proceeded with the project, and now we're on to phase two with a sizable grant from the federal government. So I have been through the ringer on all of the procurement issues, notwithstanding the lack of the certification, but that's underway.
Okay, I'm done. You sure? Yeah.
Is that your question?
Right.
We're doing the regular questions, and your question was the...
My question was just on his resume, so do you want me to dive into the real questions?
Yes,
Okay.
unless somebody
All right.
has something else.
Do you have anything on his resume that you want to go?
Not necessarily. I think you covered the things.
All right, you ready?
Sure.
For the past several years, the town has relied on excess levy capacity, and we are now approaching a point where Prop 2.5 overrides will become necessary. Given that Berlin has a predominantly residential tax base, how would you approach the situation? What reductions would you consider? What would be your priorities? And how would you communicate these decisions to the community, especially in the light of clear divisions around school funding?
Yeah, so I noted your excess levy capacity dip with the screening committee. I think you went from almost $1 million in excess levy last year to about 343, I think was the number this year. Excess levy capacity is actually, I think, is one of the best indicators of financial management in municipal government. And it actually, I credit you for asking the question because a lot of people don't talk about that number. I love that number. I look at it as the amount of money you've left in taxpayers' pockets that a lot of communities, what they do in the budget process is say, okay, give me 2.5% plus new growth, that's my new budget number. There are a lot of communities that operate with very little or no excess levy capacity, and I love to see that Berlin was leaving some because you didn't have to. And so, look, I think these are the toughest financial times that I've seen in municipal government in 13 years. Inflation hits hardest at the municipal level. But I think what we need to do is, with respect to the school budget, I think best way you can try to get on the same page is develop a proactive relationship with the superintendent and the school committee, and try to work with them on the budget proposal going forward. I think everybody can understand that 7% or 9% is not a sustainable number under the current Prop 2.5 structure. It's just the math isn't there. And so I think all of us have to work together, including with the regional school system, to try to find a way to make it more sustainable. What I did in Middlefield this year, while everybody else is looking at 6% increases and a number of other financial stressors sort of clashing up against that levy limit, I came in with, it was originally, I think my resume says it was a 2% reduction. It ended up being $900 over level funding. So it was just about a level funded budget, while everybody else was coming up, 5, 6, 7%. And the way I did that, a couple things were low-hanging fruit. I talked to you about the data and sort of the lack thereof. Well, when we got the new accountants in place, we found some soft spots that we could do some right sizing without cutting any services or people. You can kind of only do that once or periodically. So I was able to do that this year, which helped a lot. But the other thing that was important was working together with the Finance Committee and the Select Board to find ways to increase services without stressing the budget. And so we did. We actually increased our police department hours for patrol officers. And so we were able to do that because we looked at the data, because we stuck to the data, and we didn't cave to some emotional arguments about that weren't really rooted in fact. So I think we did the same thing in Amesbury. When everybody else was trending up, we were trending down in a lot of metrics, and excess levy capacity went from $2 million to $5 million over our 6 years. It was a massive bump, and we were really proud of that. And I'm proud of the work I've done in Middlefield in that regard too. But it's going to take hard work. Like, there are going to be some really tough decisions coming forward, and you don't want to reduce staff or services. And so you're going to end up at this trend line. You're going to end up bumping up against an override. And so when we reach that point, we're going to have to decide, okay, not only what are we going to sell to voters, because we have to really sell it if we're asking people to voluntarily increase their taxes to fund certain operations. And we have to be, I said this in the screening committee, we have to be realistic about what the consequences will be. We can't oversell. We can't say it's going to be catastrophic, and then at the end of the day, the override fails, and then none of those catastrophic consequences actually happen. One way or another, we figure it out. I think that's like a boy who cried wolf situation. I think that's a really dangerous road to go down. I've seen a bunch of communities do it recently, where they say all this stuff, the library's going to close, and all this bad stuff's going to happen, and then the override fails, and they figure it out, and the library stays open. I would say don't do that. We need to be honest and transparent with our folks, but we do need to plan when we go through our budget process. We need to prioritize and figure out there will be consequences. It's just how the math works if we don't pass an override when we get to that point. And we do need to be upfront about, here's what we're going to do if this override fails, and here's what you will actually lose. So it's got to be a data-driven approach, and it does require leadership to have to try to prioritize those items that might be impacted when we sort of run into this fiscal cliff.
So what reductions are you considering? I'm going to assume, our tax information is out on the web. Our budgets are out on the web. So taking a look, I'm assuming that you looked at those. So what reductions would you consider, and what are your priorities?
Well, I'm not jumping right to reductions. My priority would be keeping staff. And so the best way to do that is try to work with your unions and your staff to try to get some more modest wage increases. Because I saw, and I know everybody's adjusting for inflation, but we're up against Prop 2.5. It's part of the nature of working in municipal government. It's part of the trade-off. If you're a municipal employee, you usually get a pretty good health plan and you have a great retirement plan. Part of it is you're not going to get these big double-digit increases year over year. I saw a lot of 5% in your wage lines this year. I'd like to be able to try to work with department heads and unions to get a more modest number there, because it's the majority of your budget. And that's what we did in Amesbury. There were years of 2.5% and 3% in these CBAs when CPI at the time was less than 1%. And so we said, well, if this is a cost of living adjustment, we ought to make it closer to what the real cost of living adjustment is. And so we did multiple years of 1% or 1.5% over these COLAs, which was kind of unheard of, according to our attorneys. And so you got to build trust with your unions and your staff. But I just think, and I know it's not a fun conversation, but the job isn't to have fun conversations; it's to have the tough ones. And I think we probably do need to look at flattening some wage increases. If your budget's only going up 2.5 plus new growth and a couple of other maybe modest revenue bumps, you're in the 3 to 4% range. 5% really on anything isn't sustainable. So to the extent that we can control that, that's where I'd start. But there might have to be some serious conversations about reductions. I will say, before you consider reductions, are there existing opportunities for regional solutions where you currently only have a local one? Sometimes that saves money. You can do an intermunicipal agreement with surrounding communities. You already have some, I'm sure, but you can regionalize some services and save money that way. So I would exhaust every opportunity to pursue those kinds of efficiencies before I start talking about reductions.
I would just note that those increases that you're talking about this year, those are readjustments. We did low increases for many years, and now we are so far behind market value that we had to adjust
Yes,
our employees.
And that's a reality too. That's a reality. You're competing with peers.
Contracts, that's simply the place that we were at.
Yeah.
We were so far behind
Yep.
that to keep our employees, we need to make those.
And you have to do
choices.
that too. I mean, in my last cycle of CBAs, my police union and my fire union got healthy contracts. But, in order for them to take, like you say, sort of the modest increases, they have to see that you're willing to deliver on the back end. And so we did that too. So that is a reality. There are market rates, people leave. And that's the delicate balance you have up against a Prop 2.5 limit that right now is really restrained.
Up to you there, girly girl.
First of all, class of 86, Wakefield High.
No kidding. Very cool. Go Warriors.
Go Warriors.
Yeah.
And I lived on Cedar Street for a while.
You're kidding.
Yep, 39.
Wow. No kidding. A few doors down. That's
Yep,
amazing.
Yep.
Congratulations on your landslide victory, by the way, Carolyn.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Divisive
yes.
election, I know.
Yep. So my first question is there anything you would like to tell us about why you're looking for a new job? And what specifically about Berlin attracted you to apply?
Yeah. It's funny. I think every candidate and every town administrator search across the Commonwealth has to face some version of this question.
Sure.
Why our town? And if you're somebody who needs work, who's looking for work, and you're sort of spraying out applications to anyone who will take you, it can be tough to sort of make that sell to a community. One way or another, somebody who's in a candidate who's kind of applying everywhere is going to have to sit here and with a straight face tell you why it's your community that they really want. I don't have to sell anything here. I have submitted exactly one employment application since I took the job in Middlefield, and that's here in the town of Berlin. And it's because it's a perfect fit, and I'll tell you why. I have a combination of sort of the bigger town, bigger city, it's a small city, but bigger town experience in Amesbury, where I worked on a lot of stuff, commercial development related, and a number of sort of big organizational skills, big leadership skills in terms of upper management there. I'm also in a smaller town than you right now, where I'm learning, and I have learned, what it's like to just tackle the problems, not on your own, but in a lot of cases, there's no one there to do it for you with a small budget. And so what Berlin offers to me is an opportunity to utilize some of the skills, I think, particularly on the development side. I know you have the Solomon Pond Mall issue, which we can talk about. Some of these skills that are kind of dormant in Middlefield, I have the opportunity to utilize here. I also think I'm amazed by sort of in such a small town, the cultural hub you've been able to build here. I've seen and read about 19 Carter, and I think that's one of the most amazing stories in your community, where such a small town can become this hub for music and art And that took some real money and investment and a ton of time to get up and running and to keep it running. And it's a major success. And I think it's a really good testament to the character of this town, the engagement in this community. And I absolutely love that about this community. So but that's the long and short of it. And you know, to be candid with you, like we talked about this pathfinding mission I went through sort of in my 20s as a young man. I'm not in that spot anymore. I've made my decision to root myself in municipal government. I found the girl I'm going to marry, and I'm ready to grow roots somewhere. And this is the community I'd like to do it in. And so I'd say, you know, if you want to go through I know you've been through a couple town administrators here who all, you know, left for other jobs. I would say if you want to go through this process again in 3 to 5 years, I'm not your guy. I would say if you want somebody who's going to be around here and commit here for decades to come, you should pick me. And so that's really where and I don't have to just say that to you. It's really, Bob and Buzz have eyes and ears across the Commonwealth. I don't have any other applications out. I haven't applied anywhere else. Berlin is a perfect fit, and that's why I'm here.
Any follow-up?
Nope.
Berlin will be transitioning from a 3-member to a 5-member select board while continuing to mature under the town administrator form of government. How would you approach helping elected officials, staff, and residents navigate that transition while maintaining productive working relationships? Please include how you would handle differing expectations among board members and how you would establish role clarity without creating conflict.
So one thing, I actually think there's some real upsides for you folks going from a 3-member board to a 5-member board. I don't know how that issue went with you folks. I don't know what your opinion is on it, but I know it's sort of the decision that's been made, and so I feel like there are some real bright spots. One of them is if you know, you're still a small town, you folks are still involved on some level I'm sure in some administrative aspects, and whether you're volunteering your time to grant write or whatever. That's certainly happening in Middlefield here. There's a sort of blurred line there, and really the town couldn't run without that kind of volunteerism. And so I don't think it's black and white, but I have two great board members who are working all the time on grants, and I have one board member, Mr. Kurt Roby, who retired from he ran the Westfield State University facilities for decades. He has like tremendous experience in public construction and facilities maintenance. Without him doing that for free, we'd have to pay somebody something we can't afford to do that job. And so I think it's sort of a really important part of a small town government is sort of volunteerism. And I don't think it's black and white, the administrative versus the executive board. But what's tough is I have these 2 members who are really active. They really can't talk outside of an open meeting. And that's kind of restrictive. I mean, we can't get anything done with them together unless they post a meeting and it's an open session. And it's not that it's the open session part that's restrictive. It's just we got to get a meeting on the books. Everybody's got to be aware. We got to post it, open meeting law. And so to be able to work with subgroups, sort of leadership meetings, I think is a really nice plus to the 5-member change. In terms of differing opinions, I think that amongst the board, I think the best way to deal with that is be proactive in communication and be transparent about stuff and keep the board sort of equally informed as stuff is happening. And I think where there is a disagreement, whether it's me disagreeing with a board member or board members disagreeing amongst themselves, I think the best thing to do is try to resolve those things proactively, privately and diplomatically to the extent that open meeting law would allow, because I think that's the best way to avoid sort of divisive discussions in public. I don't think it's particularly, it's usually not a good result if it's a sort of divisive, emotionally charged public discussion. But so it's communication, sort of equal distribution of information. We don't want any board members to feel like they're favorites or not favorites. And transparency, I think, in terms of proactive communication, I know, it's particularly in smaller towns, there's less presence from local press, and so that leaves this sort of communication vacuum that towns have had to fill with Facebook or social media or the website, and they've sort of had to take over this proactive role in communication, which I think is ultimately good for towns to sort of fill that vacuum instead of it being like a Facebook commenter in some Facebook group, because that does happen. And so I think the big thing you got to focus on is communication up front on the website, proactive, constantly be thinking about messages that you can put out on Facebook and on the website. Make the website as easily navigable as possible. The big thing for me is like a landing page. Like that's where you want, if there's stuff you want residents to know, it ought to be in the homepage. The more clicks, the less likely they are to find the information that they want to find, or that you want them to find. So I think it's a matter of communicating proactively and trying to address any potential conflict that you see coming down the road in advance of a public meeting as best you can. Sometimes there are going to be disagreements. That happens all the time, and that's okay. That's part of the system. But to the extent that we can stick to data and stay objective and keep a level head, I think that's the most important part whenever there's conflict.
Thank you.
Many town committees are volunteer-based and do not consistently follow established policies or procedures. What have you done in your previous towns to promote consistency and accountability across these groups? And when you find they are not followed, what specific measures have you taken, please refrain from the word we, to correct these behaviors?
So in terms of addressing it universally across boards and committees, I set up an open meeting law presentation from legal counsel to come out and do a presentation on the do's and don'ts of open meeting law and invited all of our boards and committees to attend, and it got good attendance, and I think a lot of folks learned a lot from. I've seen a lot of behavior change amongst boards and committees as a result of that educational endeavor, and I hope to do it sort of once a year going forward. The AG offers one, but I think it's more personal when the attorney comes out and is sitting there talking to you in front of you. I think it's a much more the AG feels distant, I think, to folks in a small town, and so to have your actual counsel come out and do it in person, I think, was an important touch. Still it happens, right? You're still going to see somebody who replies all, maybe by accident or forgets the rule. On a finance committee or any board or committee. And the best way to do that, I think, to deal with that is, first of all, you have to assume that everybody's intentions are good. They're not trying to willfully neglect the law or violate the law. The best thing to do is pick up the phone and talk to them or invite them in and just say, look, I'm sure you didn't do this on purpose, but here's what you need to do. Don't reply all in that email. Don't deliberate outside of an open meeting. You've got to remember that if it's something the board is going to take up in open session or could possibly deliberate on in the future, you can't reply all to the board. And to put that immediate fire out, I kind of talked to the other members of the committee and say, hey, listen, don't reply to that email. I think it was a mistake. But you do that in private. You don't go to the meeting and embarrass them and scold them. I think most of that issue can be headed off by proactive, sort of preventative and educational measures and communication that doesn't have to be public embarrassment. So it might sound like a simple solution, but I think that's the best way to do it. Is don't embarrass people. Assume everybody's working for the good and that their intentions are sound, and do your best to sort of head off the issues when you see them in private and try to correct them in the future.
Don't ever assume simple's bad.
No, particularly in this business.
And so kind of building on that a little bit, are you comfortable drawing on your knowledge to solve a problem, or would you rather seek advice from town council first?
Well, I mean, I start with my knowledge to not just knowledge, but sort of experience in terms of conflict resolution, which you deal with in management, whether you're a chief of staff to a mayor or a town administrator in a small town. There's always a new fire to put out every day. because I worked so closely with council throughout my career, I've learned so much about the different laws that apply, whether it's Chapter 150E in labor relations, Chapter 30B in procurement, or the 149, 39M, whatever it is. But I also know enough to know that I'm not an attorney. And so when a legal question comes up, I have always found, when in doubt, ask counsel, because that 5 or 10 minute phone call is a lot cheaper than the lawsuit that may ensue as a result of you thinking you know more than you do and making a mistake that was in violation of law, and now you have a much bigger problem on your hands. So my rule in general has always been, when in doubt, call counsel, because it doesn't cost all that much to make a 5-minute phone call compared to a 6-figure or 7-figure settlement. That's the long and short of it, Carolyn. I don't know if, again, simple's not bad, I guess, but that's sort of the long and short of it. When I see something, even if I'm 95% sure, I'm going to double check with counsel. And I'll tell you, early in my career, when I first started in Amesbury as a 19-year-old, relatively, I felt like I didn't know anything at the time. And so those phone calls to counsel were probably more frequent, and it was before I started the work product, whether it was a grievance response or, collective bargaining or some kind of letter that involved legal implications. That phone call when I was younger, and I guess knew less, would come before I started the work. Say, hey, what do I do here? And how do I format this? And what are the kinds of things I need to say? A few years later, and since, it's usually, I'll put together the work product. I'll write the grievance letter response, subject to a CBA provision that I know to look for now. And then I'll send it to counsel and say, hey, can you make sure I got this right? And so that's sort of the evolution of the working relationship there. But yeah, when in doubt, don't worry about the $50 legal bill for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Make the phone call and make sure you're doing everything right, because there are a lot of laws at play here, and it's impossible to know all of them.
Tell us about a professional relationship that became difficult or strained. What happened? What would the other person say happened? What responsibility did you have for the outcome? And what did you learn from the experience?
I had a conversation. So the way, and if I think of a Middlefield example, I'll give you one. But the one that pops into my head is I worked really closely with the mayor, and he was great in sort of bouncing things off of me. We sort of disagreed all the time behind closed doors in terms of how to approach something, how to tackle a problem, how to handle this press situation, and we would talk it out. We would have these discussions. Usually we came out of the room, like 99% of the time, we came out of the room agreeing anyway. But there were times where, that 1% of the time where we came out of the room sort of still disagreeing on how to proceed. But he took my counsel very seriously, and he would apply what he called the 24-hour rule, which was go home, sleep on it before you make a decision. This particular one was sort of a major decision. I mentioned the tax problem in Amesbury. The mayor's base was really about, they didn't like the property taxes. And so walking the line of, yeah, we got to correct the tax problem, but we still need to pay for stuff because it gets more expensive over time. We're not slashing your tax bills here. We're trying to correct the trend. And we had an elementary school in Amesbury that about a quarter of it was a temporary trailer where kids were learning in, and it was like 20 years old. It was only supposed to be there for like a couple of years, and it was a literal trailer, just like attached to the building. And we needed to build a new elementary school. And the mayor he felt strongly about it, and there were a lot of people who felt strongly about it. And I remember telling him, look, Mayor, you should support this, and you can support this, but you don't have to be the face of it. You don't have to be the leader who champions the school project, because I think you might have enough, people who voted for you who get mad at you for supporting a debt exclusion. You can, let somebody else champion it. You can support it publicly, but don't be the face of it. And that was sort of the political reality of the situation that you have to deal with, unfortunately, when you're in a city like that. And he went home and he thought about it, and he came back the next morning and he said, Evan, I thought long and hard about what you said, but I think it's the right thing to do. And so that's what I'm going to do. And he championed the whole ballot question committee and everything. And he didn't get any more pushback from me after that, because I thought what a blessing it is to work for a guy who actually walks the walk, and isn't just concerned about his reelection. He's actually concerned about doing the right thing, and it was the right thing. I couldn't argue with him on that. And ultimately, the school vote narrowly passed, and I don't think it would have passed were it not for his leadership and proactive sort of championing of the issue. It did ultimately cost him re-election by 150 votes. There were people who were upset about the school vote, and so those are sort of inside baseball discussions. But I'm really proud that at the end of the day, you know, when he came back to me with it's the right thing to do, he certainly changed my mind, and I don't have any regrets about the way we proceeded with that. So I wish Ken were here to tell you that story himself, because he would, but that's probably the best one. It was a major decision. It wasn't a clash in terms of an angry conflict or anything. It was a major decision behind closed doors that I had to deal with my superior, and everything I think probably turned out the way it was supposed to.
You're up. In a small town with limited staffing and funding, explain your process on how you determine what initiatives and projects move forward and which are delayed. And for those that are delayed, how do you again, please be specific, how do you reestablish momentum and demonstrate your progress to the board, your boss, and to the residents of the town?
So one thing I think you have to look at, again, I'm a data person, so you know, with any project initiative, usually if it's delayed or you know, canceled even, or you know, abandoned in that sense, it's usually because of financial factors. And so it really, I think, starts with your budget process, where you look back, understand your reserves, which are very healthy in Berlin, by the way, which is great news. I think small towns actually need a little bit more than the 10 or 15% that the state recommends, because stuff still costs the same. When, you know, if a boiler goes, it still costs pretty much the same as any other town's going to pay, but you have less, you know, it's a bigger percentage of your operating budget. So I commend you for your reserve capacity there. I think the first factor is understanding the financial implications and trying to use data to establish trends in terms of budgetary reserves, and maybe some, you know, special revenue funds that might be reserved for certain types of expenditures and projects. I think you have to sort of go through it with an objective, try to establish, you know, if it's like capital planning, I think you have to try to establish some weighted and objective and quantifiable prioritization system, where, I don't know, maybe public safety is 30% of what you're considering when you're moving a project forward. Is it you know, essential for the safety of residents and staff? You know, a number of other things you consider when you're weighing a project. But I think it needs to be sort of universal across the board when you're looking at capital projects. And then you have to understand your capacity at the end of the day, and you have to use the work that you did to prioritize projects based on objective data and sort of universal metrics. And you have to sort of weigh those scores and try to understand what you need to do, no matter what the price tag is. Certain things you just have to do. If a boiler goes, you got to do it. That one can't wait. And so I think there are a number of factors that go in, but do your best to apply your assessment of different projects sort of evenly and the same with objective and quantifiable measurements. Do your best to understand your reserve capacity and your budgetary capacity. And if you have to put something off, it's probably because something like a boiler came up or something that can't wait. And so there are a number of factors. Some of them you can't just, you know, like I think Eisenhower said, in war, plans are useless, but the act of planning is indispensable. So I think that's sort of what happens with capital planning. Is stuff comes up that you don't expect, but you ought to have a plan in place. But sometimes you're going to have to address things that are that you have no choice. And you only have so much money every year to deal with capital. Some towns are deferring almost all of it to try to fight with the levy limit, and So I think there's a number of factors, but try to use data and stay objective and universal in as many ways as possible.
Thank you. Good.
Can you describe your experience working with CPA-funded projects? Specifically, how familiar you are with CPA regulations, project administration, and procurement processes necessary to move CPA projects from approval to successful completion. Additionally, how would you support town boards, committees, and staff in overcoming implementation challenges, ensuring approved projects move forward efficiently?
So I've actually never worked in a town that has passed the CPA local option. In Amesbury, it came up and it got voted down at the ballot. And so what we did in Amesbury was create this committee we called the Quality of Life Committee after it failed. One of the big objections, of course, was a tax-sensitive community, so the extra 1% was I think maybe what did it in. But one of the big stressors for, I think, the voters that voted against it was that it was sort of, they found that it was a little restrictive in terms of what the kinds of projects you're allowed to fund and some of the other requirements you have to keep up with. And what we did was create a quality of life committee and sort of made it, we used I think $100,000 in reserve capacity to appoint this committee and go find things like the Community Preservation Act might fund, but without the same restrictions that sort of allowed us to have a little more flexibility in how we dealt with it. And we asked the voters, and the voters said no about the CPA. And so that ended up being a pretty good success. We did some projects. We lit up there was a waterfall downtown in the Mill Yard in Amesbury, and I actually headed that project to light the falls. And so we had these spotlights put in the falls at night that we could change color throughout the year for different events and seasons. And so I can't tell you that I've funded any, that I've managed any CPA projects directly, but we have found sort of a creative alternative to address some of the quality of life things that I think CPA is ultimately intended to address.
So I guess I would follow up with, so we have several CPA projects, some of which are, for a community our size, pretty good dollar amount, that need a leader to help them through the procurement process.
Yeah.
And they're kind of floundering.
Okay.
And it's kind of a thing.
Okay. Good to know.
So, how comfortable are you with wrapping your hands around that and moving those projects forward? The townspeople voted for these projects and nothing's happening.
Well, it sounds like a early low-hanging fruit priority. I think especially if the town voted for it, it's time to go.
Money's there.
Yeah, so I think that's where sort of leadership comes in. We can talk to, you have a CPA committee?
We do.
Yeah, and is that who's charged with leading it here?
No. So no.
Okay.
The town administrator is in charge of leading the procurement portion.
Okay, sure.
And
yeah.
working with CPA and the applicant to get the project going and see it through.
Yeah, I think it's not unlike a lot of other procurement questions in the sense that, okay, when I was young, I learned 30B first. That's sort of the most straightforward one. But then I had to go learn 39M and 149, and they all have their own nuances to procurement. CPA has its own unique procurement requirements. I'm pretty confident in my ability to dive in and tackle those nuances and still keep my eye on the prize and get the projects done. I mean, if we need to get the project going, that's sort of like day one stuff. That doesn't require a ton of deliberation. The town voted for it. We don't have to think about whether or not to proceed. We just have to go. And so I do think in government we do a lot of planning. Like, we have a tendency to do a lot of planning, and it's really important. But I do think we can spend too much energy and time planning and not enough energy and time doing. And so I'm a doer in that sense. So you just kind of told me everything I need to know, Carolyn, is that these projects need to go, and it'd be my job to dive in if there's something I don't understand about the legal regulations related to procurement or anything else related to CPA. That's why we have council, and that's why the state has resources for this stuff. I am managing a grant right now, a culvert project in Middlefield, that is through the Division of Ecological Restoration. And I can tell you with confidence, I didn't know a darn thing about building a culvert that is suitable for wildlife, fish, turtles, to, what we did for years around the Commonwealth is sort of put a pipe in.
The big drop.
Big drop, it's dark, the turtles don't like to go in there, not to get too far down the line, but this is the stuff, you have to dive into, is I didn't know anything about it, and now I'm diving in and managing the project where we have an open bottom so that the wildlife can get through, and so there's all these requirements that it gets nuanced in municipal government, but that's what you have to do is dive in, and you dive in as far into the weeds as you need to go to get the project done, and so that's sort of my attitude with that. That doesn't intimidate me. It's actually comforting to know that, okay, here's mission 1. There's something that's been passed. Everybody wants to do it. Let's get
We
it
have a
done.
list this long for mission 1.
Sure.
I was going to say, that the caveat to that is we currently have, is it 12 relatively large capital projects?
Yeah.
Some of which are ARPA projects and some of which are grant projects that need to have funds expended right away.
Yes.
So one of the issues is, with the CPA projects, is we must do the ARPA projects by December.
Sure.
We must do the grant projects by X time. So,
Yeah.
and
Right.
then there are, with CPA projects, there are often the interaction with volunteer groups, which I think was part of the question, how you would manage that relationship. I've heard that a couple times, and I haven't really heard a good answer for that. So with those caveats in mind,
Yeah.
can you address that question a little bit more?
Particularly about how I deal with the volunteer
Well,
groups?
volunteers, and also, you
Prioritizing
simply
projects.
cannot, these CPA projects, you're like saying you're gonna rush in and do those day one.
Mm.
But we have 12 projects, and some of those projects have the deadlines that I'm talking about. So I think it's unrealistic to say that you're going to rush in and equally address 12 projects
Yeah.
on day one.
I think it's sort of the result of, good work, working for those grants and stuff creates more work. And so, yeah, I think you're always juggling priorities, though, as a municipal manager, and the result of good work is more work. And so you find a way to prioritize. If there are deadlines, you just have to meet the deadlines, and you find a way to do it. And you do it by bringing in, it's, okay, you have the volunteer groups where you need to reach out, keep them informed, do some public hearing stuff, do some community outreach with the volunteer groups to make sure we build community support around these projects. But at the same time, if you have deadlines, you have to meet them. And sometimes, sometimes staff can be stressed out with a lot of competing priorities. And so I think the answer is you gotta, I think in small towns, sometimes departments can get into silos, and it's important to get everybody involved in the project, every department, every volunteer board, together in a room on a regular basis and use tools like a Gantt chart and other sort of database tracking metrics to keep projects on track. I think if you're not using tools like that and you're managing 12 projects plus a CPA project, it's really easy to start missing deadlines. And so I think you have to let the deadlines, and I think in my role, the answer is you need to be the one driving those deadlines and driving those schedules and keeping everybody on the same page throughout the process. It sounds like a regular, at least weekly, maybe more often meeting amongst the department heads that are involved, whether it's public safety, planning, public works, and any of the boards that might be involved, or at least the chairs of those boards. It sounds like we need to establish some regular check-ins every week, if not more often, if these deadlines are that fast approaching. And so when I say, Madam Chair, that I'm going to dive in, I don't, on day one, I don't mean that I'm going to wave a magic wand and all these projects will be done, but what I can commit to is diving in on day one to understand how best to get these moving to hit the deadlines that are pending. And that's what I mean. And you'll see me here on a lot of Fridays and Saturdays diving into things that when staff is stressed, I ought to be stressed first. And I ought to be working more first. And so you will see me dive in and very much proactively engaging with the volunteer groups involved, trying to do some more public outreach, trying not to surprise anybody. I think the proactive communication, particularly with volunteer groups, is really important. I hope that did answer your question.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to pull the board quickly. We are coming up on sooner than an hour. Are you okay with asking 3 questions of everybody, or do you want to charge forth and just go well over time?
No, you picked off several of my questions.
Okay, you
so-
did the same. So
Yeah.
I think
Mhm.
we'll stick with 3. I have one more I'm going to ask, and then we'll let Evan ask his questions. So tell us about a professional mistake that had meaningful consequences. What happened? How did you respond? And what changed afterward? Please include when you realized there was a problem, how you communicated it, who you involved, and what you learned.
I have 2. I'll try to do the shorter one first. That was, really, truly my responsibility. I was negotiating. I told you I've negotiated, I think, 10 plus CBAs throughout my career. And, union contracts, and we had separate unions in the police department, one for the superior officers, one for the patrol officers. I was negotiating with it was a newly formed superior officers unit. They used to be all together, and they broke off, and there were like 8 sergeants, I think, in that unit. It was a relatively small unit compared to AFSCME or IAFF or anybody else. And so we were rebuilding a new CBA from scratch, and long story short, there was a term in one of these 30 pages it said grade 5 when it should have said grade 3. It was one number. And everybody reviewed it. The police chief reviewed it, CFO reviewed it, council reviewed it, I reviewed it, buck stopped with me. I reviewed it, I missed it. And I put it on the mayor's desk to sign, like I would put things on your meeting agenda to approve and sign. It's a big responsibility. It's one I take really seriously. And I put it on the mayor's desk to sign, and we executed it. And then we figured out that 5 that was supposed to be a 3 would have cost us $80,000. Bad day. When I figured it out, I can't remember if the CFO brought it to me or I can't remember who brought it to me. It might have been the CFO. I had to go straight to the mayor and say, Mayor, I'm sorry. I put this on your desk, and I totally missed this. The mayor understands that mistakes happen, but my first, I try not to bring problems to you without solutions. And so my solution was approach the union and try to get an agreement on like what the intent was here. At first, they were a great group of law enforcement officers. At first, they were like, "Oh yeah, no problem." Like, everybody knew what we meant there. But then it turned into, "Oh, wait a second, we signed this contract and we're going to contest it." And so instead of $80,000, we ended up mediating a little bit. I think it cost us another 0.5%. So it did cost us $10,000, and so I still lived with that. I was proud to sort of whittle it down. But instead of 111, I think it was 111.5 over the course of the contract. And so, yeah, you just have to take responsibility. Nobody's perfect, and the other one I'll tell you is we had a traffic situation in Amesbury that was somebody had made a mistake, and I'm refraining from identifying people, but somebody made a mistake. One of our great department heads just made a mistake. We had policies in place in terms of how we communicate, traffic issues, and we didn't, and we didn't follow them. And the editor of the local newspaper happened to drive through the mess and was very frustrated on his way to work. And so we heard about it as soon as he got into the office. And I think what a weak leader would do is say, so and so made a mistake, and it was his fault, and we'll try to make sure it never happens again. Well, we didn't take that approach. What the release I wrote was, it's our responsibility, and we apologize to the community for making this mistake. The buck stops with the mayor's office, and we needed to do a better job of making sure this didn't happen in the first place. So what we did was do signage, right away, got signage down there that day to fix at least communicate the traffic problem. And so we put out the fire, took responsibility, didn't deflect, took responsibility, and then laid out for here's how we're going to make sure it never happens again. And we got some digital signboards to make sure that there was never any confusion about a detour again. So those are my two. I know you're up against time. I'm sorry to run you over.
No, it's fine. I think it's important for us to have a good feel for all of the candidates.
Sure.
So if we're a little over time, that's fine. Now, do you have questions for us that we can
Yeah,
answer for you?
I might have gotten some of the answers already, but I guess I'll ask you quickly. Sort of what we talked about the day one issues. Like, what are the top three, or if you just want to do one because you're short on time, what are sort of the top issue that you'll put on my desk? You think immediately if I started on Monday?
Certainly our list of projects. That's huge. I mean, I think, so there's 12 top ones, but I think the list is
Long.
much longer, like maybe 4 times that.
Sure. Maybe 10?
Yeah, we're a busy little community.
Yeah.
Right, we're a very small community with a lot going on.
Yeah.
And, you know, we need, in my opinion, someone who has leadership, confidence in their ability to make decisions without needing to run to town council every 5 minutes about
Right.
everything. Someone who is comfortable working with staff. We are a community that is in transition from a small town to a more professional, staffed building, staffed government, and there's lots of feelings about that on both sides. You know, so you're gonna be hit with, well, that's not how we're used to do it, and this is how we need to do it. And both of those are gonna happen a lot.
Yeah. Sure.
I mean, we've only been under the town administrator government for, is it 8 years, 7 years?
Yeah.
So we are still very much in that sort of transition between the old and new.
Yeah, I'm the second town administrator in Middlefield, so I am quite familiar with that struggle. But I think it's important in those situations to just try to stay objective, stay level-headed in crisis, which I do think is a sort of gift of mine. When everybody else is worked up, I tend to be the calmest person in the room, and just sticking to the facts is probably the way to work through a lot of that stuff and working out, well, this is the way we always did it. Well, tell me why you think that's a better way than how we're proposing to do it now. And talking it out with level heads, I think, is the best way to approach that. I wanted to
Yeah, I think always external communication, I think, would be a big one for me. Our website is trying, I think.
It's good, it's good.
Folks knowing about our projects it's not happening, and people get frustrated because of the delays and because of so I think it would be helpful. I think that's a universal problem.
Yeah.
But that is also one of the bigger things I think we need to address. And then the other big one for me is, I think we have learned that a lot of employee morale stems from the top. And it's really important that our employees are happy and healthy and get what they need. So I guess those would be the other priorities for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to piggyback on you. Staffing. We have 3 unions in the town, and then we have a very small group of town employees who seem to always be left behind and get the short end of the stick. In terms of, you know, a union will dictate these are going to be required, whether I'm an awesome employee or whether I'm a horrible employee. So sad, too bad. I'm going to get this for a raise. You can't do anything about it. We need to also take care of our employees who have multiple years of experience, and without them, honestly, we'd be screwed. There's no other way to put that.
Yeah.
When the experience walks out the door and you're bringing someone new in, they don't understand all the nuances of this town. So that, yeah, I mean, it may seem fluffy that you need happy employees.
No, it's not.
But if we don't have happy employees and create an environment where they feel safe to speak up,
Yeah.
to come in and do their job without fear of, oh, great, it's Monday morning, what did I do that I'm going to get yelled at, then yeah, we can't have that person in this role. We need to protect the employees that we have.
Yeah, the proactive way to deal with that is have an open door policy. And I do weekly meetings with department heads, and I tell them it's their meeting. And, like, this isn't my meeting, it's your meeting. You tell me what you need, and you ask the questions you need to ask. And I always try to foster an environment where people feel like when they walk into my office, they don't have to be afraid to ask a stupid question. I want you to ask me when in doubt. And when you need support, I want you to come to me. And I think I do a pretty good job of communicating that pretty clearly, whether it's just my demeanor or some of the proactive steps I try to take, staying in touch with department heads on a weekly basis and things like that. I just want to ask one question. I know you're in open session, but this has really intrigued me. The Solomon Pond Mall, it's okay if you can't go into details.
We actually probably have an answer, so go ahead.
Okay, no kidding. I was going to ask, what kind of conversations have you had with the new owner, and what kind of conversations have you had with the mayor's office and the city council of Marlborough, if any? Because you have that unique situation.
I'll
Let
take
you
that.
Sure, yeah.
Carolyn
Yeah.
is also on the planning board currently.
Wow, okay, yeah.
That will probably end at a time, but
Sure.
right now, she needs to stay.
Right.
Okay.
So the mall sold in December.
Yeah.
The planning board and the economic development committee in Marlborough have been in close contact. The people who bought the property are from Ohio
Yeah.
and had to learn about town meeting.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, we are unique in Massachusetts.
So there is an overlay district that governs the property for both towns.
Yeah.
The planning board is waiting to hear from the property owner about the kinds of things that they would like to do, so we can have a conversation about bringing an amendment to the overlay to town meeting.
Okay.
So that's kind of where that's at right
Okay.
now.
You've been in talks with Marlborough, too?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And so Marlborough revised their zoning for that area, and almost the list is this big about what they would allow with special permit.
Mm-hmm.
So very little is they'll be able to do by right, other than what's in the existing overlay.
Mm-hmm.
So both towns are open to modifying what is allowed there through different processes. Just kind of waiting to hear what they're looking to do. I know that the Sears building, the property is owned by Sears, so
Yep.
they're in negotiation with them.
There were a couple in there owned by the tenant, so to speak.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Macy's and
Yeah.
Penny's are the other two.
Yeah.
So they're looking to have some retail and some light industry is what they've told us.
Uh-huh.
What that actually looks like, we're not sure
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah.
So,
the next town administrator will be deeply involved in those discussions, would be my hope.
Yeah, I'm really happy to hear that you're in talks with Marlborough.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a really important.
very open communication and,
That's great.
Yeah.
When I read, I don't want to give them any ideas, but when I read, part of the properties in Marlborough, part of the properties in Berlin, I'm like, I know they just bought the property for less than the assessed value, and that's concerning from a revenue perspective. What will be more concerning, and I don't know if the lot even allows for this, you could probably tell me, Carolyn, but what was more concerning is if we lose, most of the taxable value.
that is certainly not the goal.
Good. Certainly not ours.
Right, right. And, neither community is super open to large housing projects.
Okay.
And the company that bought the project, that was not one of the things that they're looking to do. So I think diversifying what happens over there between retail and light industry, it's really just a matter of what does light industry look like? What's your definition versus our definition? So, that's kind of what we're waiting to hear about.
Yeah.
Is, I picture muffler shops and cabinetry businesses, and so. And Peg would love a pickleball court.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah, that really excites me. I told you it's a sort of a complicated economic development issue that I'm sort of used to tackle. I dealt with one project that was all three levels of government. I had to deal with Federal Highway, Mass DOT, not just their normal highway regulations, but their disposition of real estate, because we were setting up trying to get a hotel right off the highway, on partially DOT land, and plus we had to deal with, of course, all the local permitting and stuff. So that was like my biggest, most complicated juggling act, dealing with a project. And what I've learned is you need to be proactive. I'm so happy to hear that you've had these conversations. It can't be build it and they will come. Don't just, you can't just change the zoning and hope the market will fit that.
Right.
The market
And-
drives a lot of stuff, whether you like it or not.
And in a town meeting scenario, that's not going to work,
Yeah.
at least here.
Yeah. Well, that's
good. What do you want to do
Yeah.
so that we can say this is what they want to do?
Exactly.
The vast open-ended allowing just isn't the best path. But the complex project, we have probably one of the most complex land open space. That was my actually fourth question. So just a brief overview of, we have a piece of property that we have access to that we are trying to buy for $1. It has a conservation restriction on it. It also has Boundless Adventures Aerial Park on
Okay.
it. We're having trouble finding someone to hold the CR because of Boundless Adventures.
Interesting.
It is,
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
And it encompasses that whole sort of area up there. We have been for years and years and years. There's this thing called the River Bridge Agreement from when that went in. And how many modifications are we at?
6.
6 modifications
Wow.
on
Six,
that
five,
agreement.
5 or
So
6.
that is also something we've been trying to tie up for years. So if you're interested, that
and
is-
the current agreement needs to be sorted by the end of the calendar year.
yeah,
Yeah.
we will be going to town meeting with that.
Sure. Yeah.
Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, that's okay. I understand you have a lot of Article 97 land in town, and somebody in the
About
screening committee.
25% of the land in town is protected in some way.
Yeah.
Some of it's DCR land, some of it's private property with conservation restrictions.
Yep.
I was also chair of conservation for
No
9
kidding.
years.
Very good.
So those are the land use stuff is my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
These guys are really good at the other things.
Good. Well, that's arguably the most complicated part of municipal government, I would say, is land use and zoning. But yeah, I'll tell you quickly. In Amesbury, we had a 400-acre farm, municipally owned farm, that was under an Article 97 restriction. But there's sort of passive recreation and active recreation. We also had a soccer field there that had been there for years, and we had a very strong local youth soccer organization. And we were able to, you talk about we wanted to grow out of the tax problem using commercial industrial growth that sort of also maintains the character of the community and doesn't impact traffic and ruin the town in that way. On the other side, we were trying to value our vast open space and our sort of recreation activities. We had a big development come in. We used what we called a DIF, district improvement financing, not to be confused with the TIF, where we earmarked the new growth from this development toward building soccer fields on this sort of new construction soccer fields with natural turf, no artificial turf, to preserve the sort of the natural area of the farm property, but also create a great resource for the community. We could have included pickleball courts, maybe. It wasn't quite as hot at the time as it is now, but that was a good win of balancing both and getting something beneficial out of a development for the town on a revenue perspective and for quality of life in the town. So I know I'm way over time. I won't hold you up.
Do you
anymore.
have any other questions that we can answer for you, or do you have anything else you would like to share with us before we finish up?
Yeah, I would just say, I think quickly, I don't want to be redundant, but I'm here because Berlin is a perfect fit. And like I said, I'm not spraying applications everywhere. I picked Berlin because it's a perfect fit for my background. We just lost to retirement a town administrator of almost 20 years in Wakefield. And he was brilliant and excellent and beloved in the community. I think so often you see revolving doors in these town administrator jobs now, and I think sort of the multi-decade town administrator is sort of a lost art in municipal government, and I'd like to see it come back, and that's truly my plan for coming to Berlin. Is I want to grow roots here. I want to become a part of your community.
Bless you.
And there's a reason why I've only applied here. I'm not escaping anywhere. I got a good situation where I am, but Berlin is too perfect a fit for me to not come talk to you folks. And I feel blessed and so grateful that you've had me in here. And so thank you for the opportunity. I hope we get to work together soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck. I'm sorry to run you over time.
No, it wasn't actually, we started late, so it's not as bad as it looks.
Steve, I'll have a lot of questions for you too. We
started late. Did you make this?
I did.
Thank you.
See?
Really?
Yeah. Isn't that awesome?
Yes, it is. Very cool.
Notice there's a little.
If you have one, yeah.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Thought it was fine, turned it on this morning, and it was not.
Dead. Dead.
Does anyone need any water? Anybody?
All set for right now.
Like some eggs Benedict.
Yeah.
Overspent with spinach.
Sorry, it's mini scones and cookies today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
if
lemon
anybody wants,
poppy
I have
seed are
these,
delicious,
too.
by the way, yeah.
If anybody wants
They're
those.
better at Traders, but Traders isn't open until 8, and I left the house at 7.
Ah.
So,
Where is that from?
Shawnee's.
Oh, yeah, they're quite good.
You didn't make them? You didn't pour the love into making them?
You know I was going to, and I make a mini scone. Oh, it was a little.
Yeah, she's got a little bit going on.
Fine. Amy will need to find time for you to come up and meet the invisible cat. So, whether it's lunchtime or after work, just let me know. Well, Amy's gonna cat sit while we're gone, and my cat, as soon as she hears another voice besides Tracy and I, gone. I said, so this would be the easiest. You know, I'll give you signs that you know that she's there. You don't like
That she's
cabinet
alive.
doors.
Yeah.
Cabinet doors are open.
My last cat sitting, everyone was so well behaved.
No, you won't even see mine.
They were so
She's used to the automatic food drop. She actually goes. I think she knows the time,
Nice.
and the voice hasn't freaked her out. So,
I almost.
Madam
wanted
Chair,
to
you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Buzz?
I believe so.
Are you ready, folks?
We
All
are.
right. Jim Kradler, he's working in the private sector now. He's been town administrator in Winchendon, Townsend, and Air. How are you? Jim
very
Kradler.
well. Peg Stone, nice to meet you.
Carolyn McDonald?
Lisa Wysocki.
That's what I moved them closer to.
So, hey, so welcome. Thank you for your interest in the town administrator position and for joining us today. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce those participating in today's interview. Joining us are Vice Chair Carolyn McDonald, Clerk Peg Stone, and myself, Chair Lisa Wysocki. We are also joined by Fire Chief Mike McQuillan and Interim Assistant Town Administrator Dee Green. You may already have had the opportunity to meet Mike and Dee through the interviewing process.
Yes.
To begin with, we'll provide you with up to 5 minutes for an opening statement. We invite you to tell us about your background, your interest in Berlin, and anything else you would like the board to know about your candidacy. Following your introduction, each board member will have the opportunity to ask questions with follow-up questions as appropriate. Because we have several interviews scheduled today, I may occasionally keep an eye on the time to ensure that each candidate receives the same opportunity to speak and answer questions. Once the board's questions have concluded, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of us. We have reserved time at the end of the interview for your questions and any final thoughts you would like to share. We appreciate your participation and look forward to our conversations this morning. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Well, thank you for having me. My name is Jim Kreidler. I am a Central Mass guy, born and raised. 33 years, can't believe it when I say it out loud, but 33 years in local government service. all in Central Mass, all in 4 communities. So that's an average of 8 years per community. And if considered for this position, I would see no reason that that average would go down. So a couple of things about my career. Again, with the Central Mass footprint, I'm very familiar with the town of Berlin. I'm familiar specifically with a lot of the regional players that you currently do work with. I've been a board member of the Neshoba Regional Dispatch. I've been a party to contracts with Neshoba Associated Boards of Health in a couple of different communities, so I have 20, 30-year relationships there. Central Mass Planning Commission as well, have done a good bit of work with them. So from a regional perspective, I'd be a day one, no learning curve, step right in and be able to work on your behalf. I know that there's a change coming from a 3 to a 5-person board. I've actually worked in a community that went through that 3 to 5 transition, so I've navigated those complexities, worked on the organizational hiccups that can come with that, and had a very smooth transition. So I'd be able to facilitate that process in Berlin as well if I were chosen. I know you just ratified a new Teamsters contract, I believe, with the highway, or you're about to?
We just did that one, and we are about to ratify fire, police will be next year.
Excellent. Well, in terms of new contracts, I've negotiated, infancy contracts with unions in public workplace, and I've managed, negotiated, and worked to streamline legacy contracts. So my labor relations experience is wide and deep. On occasion, been to the Joint Labor Management Commission in Boston for police and fire when it's become necessary, and had great success there in coming out with deals that both sides have been happy with. So the other couple of things that I just wanted to touch on briefly, I think during the course of the interview, you'll ask me questions, I'm sure, about specific issues and hard skills, and I'll be able to respond to them then. But I did want to focus a little bit on the soft skill side of things, which I think is often neglected to be addressed. In my experience, over 33 years, I have found the best success in dealing with management through relationships. And I found that if you don't base everything in relationships, it's really kind of a fool's errand. And I'd like to just take a minute explaining what I mean by that. There's a base presumption that I've carried that people are working for a local government because they want to serve the public. And that's the default position that I come to every relationship that I have with employees and teammates in public service, unless and until it's proven different. But what I found a great benefit in is getting to know the people in the organization, getting to know you as the board to whom I'd be responsible, as individuals, as human beings. What drives you, what motivates you, what your fears are, because all of that colors what you do on a day-to-day basis. And the same holds true for department heads on the team and employees in each of the departments. And I find that if and when an issue arises with somebody that is out of the norm, if you know the person, you know something about them and their background, you have a better chance of nipping issues in the bud or salvaging employees that you've invested time in, both for the benefit of the taxpayer and for the benefit of the employee. So I think the human side of public management, we don't talk an awful lot about, but it's really, really important, I think critically important. I know Berlin has a relatively lean administrative footprint, and I have worked in communities that are larger, and I did get some questions from the screening committee about my ability, if not willingness, to transition to a community where it might be a little different, whereas before I may have had someone to talk to about doing something. Now I'm in a situation where I am the one talking to myself doing that something. And my answer then is the same answer that I would offer now to that question, which is, that's the part of it that I miss the most. That's the part of the work that initially inspired me to get involved in local government and in public service, is the rolling up the sleeves and doing the work and being customer facing. When I was coming out of Columbia with a degree in political science, I was looking at the world, ahead of me and all of these grand opportunities, and I knew I wanted to work in public service, and I looked at federal and state and local, and I quickly realized that I really needed to be at the local level. While I could have worked federal or state easily, I knew that those jobs are insulated from the actual people that are feeling the impacts of your decisions. And with that insulation and that distance, I didn't feel like I would be as fulfilled. And I've been involved in local government at the very local level, at the very hands-on level ever since, because I like to know that decisions that I'm making, for good or for ill, I'm going to know in real time the impacts, because I'm going to see somebody across the table from me, or at the general store getting a coffee, the day after a meeting, or maybe in the parking lot, late at night. And that's what drives me. That's what inspires me, is knowing that the decisions that are being made have real life impacts, and they're impacts that you can see and you can feel and you can taste and you can touch. They're right in front of you. Toward that end, the greatest testament, I think, to my career has been the legacy of the people that I have mentored and that I've helped grow their careers, that are currently serving in town manager, town administrator, police chief, conservation agents, throughout the Commonwealth in a variety of different places that have, come up under my mentorship. Not the least of whom is a currently seated town administrator here in Central Mass, who is my daughter. So I think while we can talk about the hard skills during the questions, I just wanted to focus on kind of that personal side of what drives me to public service, why Berlin's particularly attractive to me, being able to be close to the work and doing the work, and growing teams and fostering relationships and helping people realize their goals as well. So with that, I'll stop. I think I've taken more than my 4 or 5 minutes, and I'll thank you again for having me here, and I'll look forward to your questions.
I know we started the last one with questions like regarding resume, or those first, or things that you may have said. Do you want to do that here?
No, I'm good. I'll skip right into the question. All right. For the past several years, the town has relied on excess levy capacity, and we are now approaching a point where Prop 2.5 overrides will become necessary. Given that Berlin has a predominantly residential tax base, how would you approach this situation? What reductions would you consider? What would your priorities be? And how would you communicate these decisions to the community, especially in light of clear divisions around school funding?
That is an awesome question.
Thank you.
So,
Only took like 6 rewrites, but thank you.
No doubt, no doubt. I guess first and foremost, philosophically, how should I address you? Should I, Madam Board Member?
Name
Or
is
first
names?
I'm Peg.
We are not
Yeah.
that formal.
Peg, first thing first, philosophically, I have always functioned from a place of fix before tax. Oftentimes in this business, the go-to when things get tight is, well, let's just dig a little deeper into the pocket of the taxpayer. But there's so many ways. Imagine in your house, you lose a job, or you get a cutback, or the boiler breaks. It's during times of difficulty and crisis that you are forced to look and be creative and find find where there are ways of conserving your resources or pooling your resources or restructuring how you're doing things. And I think it's so often the first option to look at raising taxes instead of feeling that pain and letting that pain color your decisions going forward and force you to look closely and, you know, under the couch cushions, if you will. So I understand that you know, the levy capacity is near tapped. I understand that you know, the beauty of Berlin having two significant commercial industrial anchors on the edges and a split tax rate has been wonderful for the residential taxpayer. I also understand some of the double-edged sword of that when you see the values, particularly like at Solomon, you know, going down and you know, questions about how that's going to be managed, and I hope we're going to talk about that. You know, this is a real issue that, you know, if values go down, without even considering an override, if values go down sufficiently enough and you can no longer continue to shift the tax rate onto the CIP, the commercial, industrial, and personal property, because you're already close to that 175%, that means the residents are going to have to either absorb that additional tax burden, or you're going to have to be making cuts. So that's just the impact of what can happen with that big CIP piece. So even if we're not at the point of looking at operationally the budget requiring a discussion of override, this is a discussion that needs to be happening yesterday, because it's upon us. So I would first look at it structurally in terms of how you can leverage resources within the budget. How can you do additional regional things? You know, so you've got dispatch regionalized, you know, you've got, you know, health services regionalized. What other areas can you regionalize that you can realize the cost savings? Look at departmental restructuring. It's a lean organization already, I understand that. I haven't had the benefit of looking under the hood, kicking the tires, but that would be one of the first things that I would do, because this is a discussion that's coming, Peg. You know, it should be happening already, and it should be happening in earnest tomorrow. So how would I communicate that? I think we do a poor job as a rule in communicating how budgeting works in the local government. You know, we have our policies and we have our public meetings and we televise them, and we, I think, lull ourselves into thinking that people are paying attention because we're providing all of these opportunities. But I think if you step back and look at it, people are so busy with their lives and everything else going on. It's kind of why you generally see the same people on committees time after time recycling, because the rest of the community is really busy living their lives. So what I have found some success in doing is taking the message to them instead of being lulled into thinking that within the four corners of this building is where the information is and the answers are, and if we build systems, they will come and they will get the information. It doesn't work. So I think, Peg, to your question about how do you communicate the need for what is happening, you've got to go out into the community. You've got to find places that people congregate and ingratiate yourself. So whether that's, you know, going to, you know, a neighborhood block party, or, you know, a knitting circle. I mean, literally at that micro level, introducing information and doing so in a way that's understandable, that's digestible. We also fall victim, I think, often to the fact that we speak in acronyms that we all understand and we presume the world understands. You know, I've referred to it as the voodoo that we do. People don't. People don't have time to dig in and spend, you know, a couple of hours a week trying to learn what it is we're talking about. So we need to really distill it into lay person's perspective, make it digestible, deliver it in ways that cover the spectrum of how people consume information. I'm a visual graphic guy. right? My wife likes details and, 12 spreadsheets deep, granular information. We can't just presume that people are automatons and they get, what we put out on this PowerPoint and they just have to figure it out. So we have to find out, again, the variety of ways to contribute to them learning, helping them learn to bring them along. Because, Peg, once we have to have a discussion about an override or a cut, a reduction in some service, it's too late if we've not brought people along with us on that journey, getting to that inflection point. So that was an awful lot of words, and I apologize, but so basically, yes, it's coming, and we need to do better than we've always done in communicating using a variety of ways, and I'm up for the challenge.
Is there anything you would like to tell us about why you're looking for a new job? And what about Berlin specifically attracted you to apply?
Sure. And Carolyn, before I do, Peg, I didn't touch on the school part of your question. I want to get back to that after, so if you can hit me with that again some way, but that's an important piece. Why am I looking for a job now? So after 33 years in public service, for the last close to 3, I've been in the private sector doing some renewable energy work with a company. I've been doing permitting of solar projects up and down the eastern seaboard, which has been kind of fun because I've been still working in local government, but from the opposite side of the table. And it's actually been from that experience that I've learned some of the things I just said to you, which is people on the other side of the table have no idea half the time what the heck it is we're talking about. So I'm working for a multinational, multi-billion-dollar corporation, and they're clueless about how local government works. When they go before a planning board for a permit on something, they have no idea. And we don't do an awful lot to help them. So it's been an interesting time in the public sector, but also working with, in the private sector, also working with the public sector. And it's really kind of colored and informed some of my thoughts on where our failures have been on the government side in terms of communicating what we do. I miss local government. So the specific answer to the why, I miss it. I miss working for a board of people that are rooted in a community that love the community, that have visions and wants and dreams for the community. You might not know how to distill that into actionable government, regulatory, policy frameworks, and be the person that's able to help do that. And then take that vision that they now feel great about having been kind of codified and break it into digestible, measurable steps for each department to pick up and run with and carry the ball. So on a monthly or quarterly basis, you're able to sit as a board and say, holy smokes, that was just a thought that I had when I ran, and now it's happening out in the street. The organization is doing that thing. And the people that you represent that tell you their wants and dreams, all that filters down through you. A guy like me can then take it and kind of, puffs of smoke and the hammering and, all that, and put it into a plan. And then I can then manage that throughout the team. And out the other end comes that, that vision realized, that dream realized. So that's why I'm back at it, is that I miss that. I really miss that level of work.
And Berlin specifically?
Berlin specifically, it's a community that represents a lot of things. So it's not a developed community, but it has development. It's not just an agricultural, rural community, because it has development. So it's got a bit of both, to be managed. It's got some critical issues coming up in terms of funding that inspire me. I'm glad that Peg led with that question, because that's part of the reason that I like this opportunity, is that there's something structural is going to happen very soon. Something structural needs to happen very soon. And it may be that it's more taxes. My hope is that it's something in terms of rejiggering the way service is provided first before consideration of more taxes. But that's an interesting kind of offering that Berlin represents right now. I think a term that I use with the search committee is it's kind of a coming home opportunity for me too, because of the small administrative footprint. Again, my ability to actually do things and not be hamstrung in an office and having staff whose feet are going to feel stepped on if I'm out doing the things myself. I miss actually doing the specific day-to-day operational functions of local government.
Excellent.
Berlin will be transitioning from a three-member to a five-member select board while continuing to mature under the town administrator form of government. How would you approach helping elected officials, staff, and residents navigate that transition while maintaining productive working relationships? Please include how you would handle differing expectations among board members and how you would establish role clarity without creating conflict.
Excellent. If things are functioning well in the organization, and I have no reason to believe that that's not the case here with this board, the transition to 5 is not particularly difficult for you. It presents some peculiarities, like right now you can't, you have to shield your eyes if you see each other on the street type of stuff because of the open meeting law. When there are 5, 2 of you can wave, when you're coming out of the grocery store. So there are some, weird peculiarities that will be different for you, but it shouldn't markedly change your existence. It'll make your meetings a little longer, because there'll be 2 more people that'll have an interest in expressing themselves. But that'll find a balance as well. If things are running well, it shouldn't terribly, if at all, impact the organization below. Because the only position that it should technically be markedly different for would be me. Because instead of 3 people whose interests and whose visions and whose likes and dislikes and frustrations I have to balance and manage against one another, would now grow by 2 more. We don't talk about politics in interviews, right? We don't, but the politics changes a little bit because there can be cliques formed. There can be alliances formed that are a little more pronounced in 5 than in 3. So again, that becomes a me problem to have to deal with. Sometimes you might feel some frustration if you feel ganged up on by this new power block that exists. But the short answer is, in my experience, having gone through it in the town of Air, as long as everybody is playing by the rules and in it for the right reasons and truly cares about the community, there are hiccups at most, but not much beyond that. One way that I think would be imperative to address the issue, though, is to make certain that there are board policies and procedures that are clear, unambiguous, and that everybody has signed off on. What I've made a practice of over my career is at the entry to a new job, and then every month after an election where there's a new configuration on the board that I'm responsible to, holding an off-site somewhere. Just, it doesn't have to be, Alaska, just someplace that's not the town hall, just so people feel a little less guarded and comfortable, and having a very candid discussion and say, these are the policies of the board. Let's go over and make sure everybody understands what they say, and more importantly, what they mean, and how we play together, and back here, how we don't play together, equally important. And if people disagree or want to tweak something, we have that discussion. And it's open and it's free, and it's all going to be rooted in the act, the special act, charter in other communities, bylaw, whatever. But, you can have subtle changes if people see something just a little bit, a couple degrees different, but get it locked down and get it voted and get it signed, not just by the board, but by the administrator. And what I have found is 6 months down the road or 9 months down the road, when an issue arises in terms of a role, a responsibility, and it happens, you've got that backstop to call upon. So I could say, Lisa, can we chat for a minute? Never in a meeting, never publicly, we don't want to get into, that type of drama, but just say, hey, this happened last week, and, it got my attention. I just want to make certain I'm understanding how you're seeing this, and getting back to the policy again and making certain that it may be something you did, you're like, oh, I didn't even think of that, But I think the transition from 3 to 5, if everybody's, going at it for the right reasons, and right now it appears by all accounts in my research that that's the case here, it's not a great lift for you, for the team. It's more a lift for the administrator, who is kind of that bottleneck between. And the bigger issue is making certain that you've got roles and responsibilities codified and on an annual basis revisited.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My question seems to piggyback on your answer, but next up is many town committees are volunteer-based, and they don't follow established policies and procedures. What have you done in your previous towns to promote consistency and accountability across these groups? And when you find they are not followed, what specific measures have you taken to course correct? And if you could, please refrain from using the word "we." I would like to know what you specifically did.
I want to keep looking over here.
Oh, I can change seats. I can move up and down the table. That's not a problem.
No, it's an excellent question, and believe it or not, I have direct experience that I can share with you. So, first things first, you don't want to make volunteer service difficult, right? It's hard enough to get people to spend time away from their spouse and their kids and their dog to come out and serve. So having that kind of as the overarching theme, that we want to make this a pleasant experience. There need to be rules. There need to be rules for 1,000 reasons, not the least of which is litigation and liability, right? And I think what I have done in other communities is I have had a board and committee handbook, a local handbook. It's not something that was downloaded offline. It's something that I met with each committee and talked about needing to have some framework that we all function under. So it wasn't something that they felt was being imposed. It was something that was organically created amongst the committees and then cleaned and bound, and these are the committee handbook rules. And it's things like the open meeting law and public records law, and some of the basics, but also things about efficiency and decency. And over the course of time, I've had to amend that policy book and add sections on public discourse and the First Amendment. If you're on a committee and you're trying to do a really good job and somebody is aggrieved and they come in and they unload on you, they have a right to do that. As painful as that is as a committee to have to sit there and hear it, they have a right to express themselves. And what I spent some time doing is finding a way to to thread the needle between the rights of a citizen to address its government under the First Amendment and the right of a volunteer to not be accosted. And it's a difficult needle to thread, but I've got a document that so far hasn't been challenged, and it's received approval and legal review. But I think it's important for committee members to know that they have some protection, that they have somebody that is looking out for them in their government. What was the other part of the question, Peg? There's something else in there that I'm not hitting.
So I asked, when they're not followed, what specific measures have you
Yep.
taken?
Okay. I've had a couple of committees in my experience where, completely off the rails. And it's, holding meetings that aren't being posted, stupid little things like that. But some bigger issues too. Talking about personnel issues in open public sessions. I discovered that there are only a certain number of committees that, once appointed, can be disappointed, even for cause. So I think it's important for the board to understand that when you make certain appointments, that person is going to sit there until they either quit or their term expires. And they can come in with a steak knife and stab their fellow committee member, not obviously, but you're not going to get rid of them. So I think it's important, and that's one thing that I took to doing with boards that I work for is having different color classifications, as silly as it sounds, on board appointments. Like these ones here, you're not getting rid of them. So be very careful and think about what you're doing before you put them on. Others, you have some flexibility to disappoint. I think for those, Peg, that you get into a situation where it's a board, you can't disappoint them, and they're still way off the rails, you need to engage. I would need to engage first, individually with a member or a sub, quorum of the group who are exhibiting the behavior. Explain to them why it's wrong. Here's the policy. Here's the law. I did that, and I was told, yeah, go pound sand. I then went to the chair, and I said, Mr. Chairman, we got this issue. I've gone, I've talked, I've had the pretty book, told to go pound sand. So the chair and I would go, and this has happened, and yeah, go pound sand. We're doing what we're doing. Get out of here. At that point, all I was left to be able to do was attend the meeting and go on record as saying, this is inappropriate. This should not be happening under the policies and under the law. Because at some point, if that goes to litigation, and it is proven that we knew the behavior was occurring and we did nothing about it, we have exposed the community to liability. So as weak as that sounds, in some cases, that's what you're limited to being able to do. And that's what I've had to do sometimes.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
How comfortable are you drawing on your knowledge to solve a problem or resolve a situation, drawing on your own knowledge, or would you rather seek advice from town council first?
Oh, God, no. No. I love lawyers. I love them best when I don't see them. And I have lawyers in my family. No, but part of the, well, I'll tell you a quick anecdote. Literally my first day on the job, 23 years old, working for a mayor in the city of Gardner, he said, I don't like to do this government stuff. I want to do the politics. So I was 23 years old, and he said, operations are yours, kid. I was like, this is so cool, right? Until my first day on the job, I had a stage 3 grievance hearing with the fire union. I didn't know what a union was from a union suit. I come in, and the city hall is marble, echoey, and there's a guy in a tweed jacket with the patches, and he's smoking a pipe, and he's walking down the hall. And I said, "Excuse me, sir, you can't smoke in here." And he looked and he said, "I'm not smoking, son, the tobacco is." And he was the attorney for the firefighters. And I realized, I am screwed. and I was. I needed early in my career to rely on counsel for a number of things. I got away from that. I broke myself of that habit as quickly as I could. And in communities that I have worked of late, legal budgets have been relatively insignificant. I do collective bargaining myself. If there's something that gets sticky or something that I've never really bumped into, I'll reach out. I'm not stupid. But my default is, I've got 33 years doing this. There's very little that's going to jump up that I haven't seen and that I haven't wrestled to the ground and already dealt with. So the short answer is, counsel's lovely, counsel's wonderful, and is appropriate, but on an as-needed basis, and in my case, as little as possible.
Thank you.
Tell us about a professional relationship that became difficult or strained. What happened? What would the other person say happened? What responsibility did you have for the outcome? And what did you learn from the experience?
I had a bunch of those. I guess I'll use Townsend as a good example. I was working in the town of Townsend, strong board. Board was the appointing authority. I'm going to give you the abridged version of this, but the board terminated a police chief, and the administrative action of that was mine to do. So I did all of the day-to-day enactment of that vote. The community split in half, and there was a recall. And within a year's time, the chief was out, but so too were all three members of the select board that made the decision. And I was the town administrator looking at a brand-new board that were pro-police chief, and they colored me. I understand. They colored me with the same brush as the board that I had been working for. It created a very difficult environment. There were things that I could share with you over a cup of coffee someday, maybe, that I won't talk about right now, but it became clear to me that they were going to be moving to bringing the chief back, and it was a position that I could not participate in. They wanted to go in as is said colloquially, they wanted to go in a different direction. We had philosophical differences, however you phrase it, and I think they would say the same if asked, but that ended in a mutual agreement that we would part. I think as some indication of their respect for my abilities, I was kept on instead of just, which is sometimes the case, your contract has this value, we'll take some portion of it and you take that and don't ever look back at us. They actually kept me on as an advisor because the three of them had never served, and there was going to be a vacancy in the TA position. And I think they recognized that there were so many other projects that were going on in town and so many things that would have ground to a halt that they saw the value in keeping me, but keeping me not in the building. So I think that had been an example where there was definitely a difference of opinion. There was a rub. That was the result, and I think that the same would be said if you were to ask any of those three members of the board.
Okay. What did you learn from the experience?
I learned that happens in this job. I wouldn't do anything differently. I abided by the position of the board, the initial board. I advised them as I'm required to do. They made a decision. When they make a decision, that's the decision. I am then to carry out that decision. Unless it's illegal or unethical, I march. So I didn't do anything that I wouldn't do again today if I were in the same situation. Politics happens in this business, as it did there was an election, there are new people that are now looking at me, and they think differently. So I don't think that I learned anything, Lisa, other than that I guess I should expect that this is one of the dangers when you choose a career exposed to politics, which I have chosen, and I continue in.
Okay, thank you.
All right, ready? Last one from me. In a small town with limited staffing and funding, explain your process on how you determine what initiatives and projects move forward and which ones are delayed. And for those that are delayed, how do you reestablish momentum? Couldn't read that word. How do you reestablish momentum and demonstrate to your boss, us, and the residents your actions?
Okay. First thing first, I'm gonna poke at your question a little bit, because if we're working together and I'm establishing priorities about projects and which ones go and which ones don't and at which pace, I think we've inverted the relationship inappropriately. I really believe that you should be setting each year. It's been my experience that I sit with the board and we set goals and objectives. Your philosophy colors those goals and objectives, but we set them, and they are either programmatic, they are administrative, they are capital project, whatever they are. You set them and you place your priority on them. So the way I have done it is I'm a visual guy, color coded. These are the priorities, these are the mid-range, and these are the ones that can get backfilled when time allows. But I look to you to give that guidance. And once you've given that guidance, Peg, I march. I get with the team and I say, these are the goals, these are the objectives, these are the time-defined and measurable deliverables that we have to act on. And I report back to you on a regular basis, whether it's, in my weekly, bi-weekly TA report or a monthly goals update or quarterly, whatever your pleasure. But at any time, you should be able to ask the question, where are you on, goal 2B? And I should be able to, without hesitation, tell you, because you gave that order and we are marching. So if we get to the point that I'm making decisions about what's prioritized and what's getting held back or delayed, we're broken. Does that make sense?
It does, but also understand that there are multiple projects that currently exist that are all up against the same timeline, that are all up against whether it's we need to spend ARPA funding, whether it's we need to spend other funding that's given in town. So you may have 4, 5, 6, 10 competing projects that are all due on Friday.
Yeah.
So don't laugh, it's true.
I guess this is what I would say, Peg, is I would be coming to you well in advance of that Friday deadline and making certain hey, we've got 10 things that have this cliff, and we don't have the resources to get all 10 done before that cliff. Give me guidance, give me priority, because this is your gig, right? I'm in this role. I'm not a town manager. I'm not an executive. I am your administrator. I administer your wishes, your votes. So if we get to the point that there's a Friday cliff and I let things go off the cliff and you had no idea that there was even a cliff coming, then you should discipline me. You should take that up with me, because that's unforgivable. If I let ARPA funds expire because I couldn't prioritize or I couldn't juggle, again, you should be calling an executive session and having a lovely chat with me. So I need to be seeing far enough down the road when those cliffs are coming, stagger those deadlines if there's any wiggle room to do so within the programs, and if not, talk to you and say, this is my plan. I've taken people off of XYZ other thing to focus on this, but we still have this one piece where we might be naked. what do you think? And look to you to say, that's a good plan, Jim, run with it, or I think you should do this other thing instead. But before we ever get to the point of a deadline where I'm making those types of decisions and something may be lost to the community, you've got to be in the loop, and I'll give advice, but you need to say which priority is.
Thanks.
So my next question kind of piggybacks with that. Can you describe your experience working with CPA-funded or other grant, ARPA, whatever, projects? Specifically, how familiar are you with CPA regulations, project administration, procurement process, and the procurement process necessary to move CPA projects from approval to successful completion? Additionally, how would you support town boards, committees, and staff in overcoming implementation challenges and ensure approved projects move forward efficiently?
Excellent. Policy. Again, it's not sexy stuff, but policies are so important to have in place for people to rely on for exactly those reasons. If there's a policy that says these are the types of projects that the town of Berlin supports using CPA funds on, it's going to short circuit a well-intended group or person coming into the mix with something that unfortunately gets halfway through the digestive system before we realize that it shouldn't have been swallowed. So policies first and foremost. I think committees, again, they're the lifeblood of our communities, particularly in a small community. Your volunteer committees are your lifeblood. I think you need to have regular training session annually with the committees on that policy. So on the committee handbook that applies across the board, and if there are particular subject matter policy books for their specific committee. In the case of the CPA committee, that policy book. I have drafted one. I have one that I can bring with me that I would put on the table as a template to be looked at. I think you get away from a lot of those problems that are baked into your question if you front load the process via policy. To the extent that something sneaks its way through, you have to have points along the continuum in that policy where things are kind of gut checked. Like, okay, so we're a month through the process and these are the things that are left on the table. Are they still cool? Do they still fit? And it may be that you look back and say, well, how'd this one get through? This one doesn't fit. Instead of wasting the next 6 months only to find out that it's going to get booted. So I think, again, the policy is the tool that serves as the backbone for all of these functions. And it should be viewed as the friend of the committee. Oftentimes, committees look at these policies as, somebody trying to tell them how to do their business or how they should be volunteering their time, but it's really meant to save time and to provide the guardrails and the guidance. I'm not certain the other portions of your question there. But I'm sure the answer is policy.
Right. Well, so, okay. So that's wonderful down there. So right now we have several CPA projects that have been approved, as well as ARPA funds that need to be spent in a timely manner. We have some things that are behind time-wise, that have been funded, that need leadership to get going, that have not had that.
An example?
ARPA funds, well, I'll do the CPA one. We approved at town meeting, not this past May, the May before, $300,000 to put irrigation in the soccer fields. Nothing. Nothing has happened with that.
Wow.
We have
The pavilion.
Oh, right, the pavilion.
A lot of them center on recreation, who, just my personal feeling, they have been given a disproportional burden for driving the project forward.
The
The
Recreation Commission. Okay.
That is
Yeah.
one of my senses, that
And
that these
as a
three-
side note, they shouldn't be.
They should.
They
right,
should-
that is
volunteers should not be driving
absolutely
that
my feeling.
process.
So I
Correct.
think this is
Correct.
one of the things we're trying to
Okay.
get at.
Exactly, so we're trying to shift that burden from the.
Yeah, that would be
the-
me.
Correct. So how would you go about getting these projects going, getting, the money's there,
Sure.
most of the volunteers are still there that brought these projects
Yeah.
to CPA.
Yeah.
Town meetings approved it, we need someone to make it
Yeah,
happen.
I mean, that's an easier answer than I thought that was baked into the question. I mean, I'm a whiteboard kind of guy. Again, I'm visual. So all of those projects get put up on the whiteboard and their current status, and they are game planned out over the next number of days, weeks, months. But a plan is put in place that is visual and that gets approved by you, because everything I'm doing, I'm going to bring to you, make certain, and you may say, stop bringing this stuff to me, and then I'll stop, but, unless and until told differently, that's just my practice. But once it's all in one place and can be seen, I find that's the first issue, right? Because otherwise, it's just like all these, like, ghosts, in the closets, rattling chains. It's all right there. I then have, the regular department head meetings. If there's an interface between one of the departments and one of those projects on that board, it gets assigned, and it gets assigned with a time. And then that time is visited. But it can't be something that's just, here, Recreation Commission, figure this out. We talked earlier about wanting to make volunteerism in town an enjoyable experience and have people want to do it. That's that's antithetical to
Sure.
to enjoyment. So it would have to be driven by the town administrator. I have experience doing that with any number of grant funds or CPA funds or ARPA.
And procurement?
And procurement, absolutely, absolutely. And again, those are all blocks on that whiteboard. And it could be a spreadsheet in your mind, it could be whatever, but for me, it's literally a whiteboard on the wall. So yeah, but until you get it put down on some paper, something, and broken into the bites and assigned times and then parties, you're just going to continue to hear the chains rattling and nothing's going to get done. But I like doing that stuff. That's actually kind of the guts and nuts and bolts of.
Oh, very much. And that, when you say department heads, we don't have many.
I understand.
So,
No, I do understand.
You're the
Understood.
the
I talk to
person, yeah.
myself regularly. So.
That's okay. We'll even give you two chairs. You can be this guy and that guy.
I do have just a quick follow-up on
Yeah.
that. We have talked about training in the past, and it seems to me that training is always the thing that goes to the dead bottom of the priority list.
Backwards. Training is, the two sides of the coin. Training is to the great benefit of the organization, because people are more efficient and people aren't likely to step on landmines and get us in trouble and get themselves hurt, whether it's out using a piece of equipment or writing something that is never supposed to be uttered, or committed to paper. The liability alone should mandate that training have a high place in the pecking order. The other side of that coin is, for the person, for the employee, we can't expect people to perform efficiently and effectively unless we provide them the tools. And oftentimes, training is a tool that, for short money, will pay dividends. It also makes them feel like they're appreciated because they're being invested in. It goes back to some of that touchy-feely stuff I said in the beginning. People want to be noticed and they want to be acknowledged And it doesn't always have to be, at a select board meeting, with the certificate. It can be simple training and, hey, how'd the training go? How'd that work out for you? Is there anything else that's out there that you know of from your peers that you think would be helpful? Those types of acknowledgments are so important to the human being, that we're relying upon every day to do the work, to provide the service. And, so for both purposes, Lisa, the liability side for the town, training is important, and for the recognition and growth and, appreciation and showing of value to the employee, the flip side, it's equally important. So those dollars should be prioritized.
Yeah, this is volunteer I'm talking about mainly. I mean, our employees, our staff do get, I think, pretty good training. It's the volunteers. We have absolutely talked
Yeah.
about training volunteers. I remember having that conversation multiple times, and it never happens.
They can get you into trouble a lot more quickly than your staff, because your staff have some, general idea of where the guardrails are. But you get, John Doe, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, gonna come help my town, has no idea what the rules are, and you get some trouble pretty quickly. So some of that goes to the handbook that I developed, I told you about.
We
And some-
actually have a volunteer handbook,
Yep.
for what that's worth.
Good, good.
But see, this also piggybacks into one of the questions that I asked you, failing to follow policy and procedure. As Lisa mentioned and Carolyn mentioned, it's mostly a volunteer basis. I work full-time. I have a family. I am not coming to your training at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, nor can I attend one
Or
at 10 o'clock.
10:30 in the morning.
Or 10:30 in the morning, so what's your answer?
My answer is that 30 years ago, I'd scratch my head. But today, so much is available at the click of a mouse, at your schedule. If you happen to be a person that's up at midnight, because everybody's finally asleep and you've got a minute to yourself, you say, I've got time now to go online and I'm actually going to click through this training. It doesn't, it goes back to feeding people the information again in the ways that they can consume it, in ways they digest information. The same for training. It can't be only we have this one meeting, you have to come and sign in on this piece of paper, and it's this time and this time only. That doesn't work anymore. So you find trainings that are available online that can be done, at your convenience. There are ways of doing it.
And when you don't?
I'm sorry?
And when you don't?
And when you don't, it goes back again, Peg, to are you disappointable or are you not? If you're disappointable, perhaps you get disappointed. Because you're just not willing to row in the same direction as everybody else in the boat. If you're not able to be disappointed, then at the end of your term, there's a little check mark next to your name on the spreadsheet that says, failed to do the trainings, refused, thumb their nose, and they don't get reappointed. But that's why care and caution needs to go into who you put on these boards and commissions, to make certain that they're going to they're going to live their dream and they're going to help their town, but they're going to recognize that there are some guardrails and some rules.
So I have last question, and then you can ask questions of us.
Sure.
So tell us about a professional mistake that had meaningful consequences. What happened? How did you respond? And what changed afterward? Please include when you realized there was a problem, how you communicated it, who you involved, and what you learned.
That could have been tailor-written for me, and I'm glad you asked it. So here we go. The town of Winchendon. So I worked as a town manager in Winchendon for 15 years. I'll try to make this as abridged as possible, and I'll encourage you to poke at it as you see fit. So in Winchendon, the select board appointed 2 positions and only 2 positions, a town manager and a town accountant. And there was a firewall built between the 2. When I got there was a town accountant that was in that position on the other side of the firewall, that was very set in her ways and liked the fact that the town manager could not supervise, could not direct, and I had to live with that. I was happy to live with it, quite honestly, because this was a town manager's job, and it was a promotion for me. So I accepted the job, and off we went. After a couple of years, I recognized that I needed to have some ability to say something to this position on the other side of the wall and get some response. I went to the board and I said, I'd really like to have some ability to have some influence here. And they said, no, this is the way it is here, and we're happy with it. I went 3 successive times when majorities changed, thinking maybe I had a crack at it. Never got traction. When the board takes their vote and expresses their position, that's the position I go and I march. So I marched. We had a really, really good run in Winchendon. When I got there, the bond rating for the town was B-, hanging precipitously over junk bond status, barely tradable. Over the next 13 years, we had 3 successive bond rating upgrades. We implemented policies and best practices and tightened up, all the areas that you need to get consideration of the agencies. And we got up to a AA+, which for a distressed community like Winchendon was fairly significant. In 2014, the long-serving town accountant was set to retire, went on vacation, took ill, this is all public, ended up out of country in hospital for a period of time. The select board finally brought somebody in her place, and the new town accountant, after unraveling what DOR referred to in their management study as unorthodox accounting practices. She finally got the books closed for the prior fiscal year. We got everything out to get certified for free cash. And then she looked at this kind of off-book piece of business, which was the health insurance trust fund. We were self-insured for health insurance. So basically collected premiums, paid bills, and had an insurance policy if any catastrophic claim happened. We'd be responsible for up to, I think it was $90,000, and anything over that, the insurance kicks in. Actuaries had said we should see about 2 of those a year. During that roughly year period now, between when the accountant went out and when the new accountant finally got the books closed on the general fund and began looking at this other function, we had 11 catastrophic claims at $90,000. End of the day, there's about $1.2 million deficit in this health insurance trust that had been just burning off on the side with no eyes on it. When she saw that, she came right to me. I asked the board to convene a meeting. They convened a meeting. We sat down and said, this is what we know so far. And she and I were working very collaboratively, which was a new thing in Winchendon. And we held a public meeting, said what happened, and I said, I take responsibility for this. I'm the town manager. We scheduled with DOR, have DOR come in. DOR recognized that there had been some accounting practices that, it always worked out, at the end of the day from their perspective, but they knew that, this was an unusual place. We got to the end of it, and there had been a school department over expenditure of roughly $2 million based on a report that they got from that same office. So that added to the deficit. The community is now fully on fire, and pitchforks and torches. Imagine your best Bela Lugosi, kind of black and white movie. I mean, it was really, really bad. I continued to step out in front of it and say, this is the update, this is what we have found, this is what we're doing. DOR tasked me with developing a deficit reduction plan. They gave me 30 days to scope a plan, a financial plan, to get the community back to square one. And they said they wanted me to get school committee, finance committee, and select board approval. Within 30 days, I got the plan drafted, got the plan done, got buy-in from all 3 bodies, and DOR adopted the plan themselves. And it served as the template for what became deficit legislation to provide an emergency borrowing for the town. And that legislation that DOR drafted had what I think is one of the most important pieces of information contained within it. Was a section that gave the town manager in Winchendon authority over all finances. So they recognized the flaw in the charter and they broke the wall down. So I spent the next roughly 6 months enacting that plan and putting the fiscal 15 budget together and the calendar year 14 warrant together, and was just about to sit and take a breath, and looked at the fact that things weren't quieting down in the street at all. Things were still really, really hostile. There was talk of an override for members of the board. Side note, in the midst of all this, the board recognizing my culpability was zero and my necessity in being there was significant, renewed my contract. And that further blew things up on the street, because I had stood and said, I'm responsible for this. And the public, we weren't communicating well. We were in crisis mode, and part of the failure was not communicating clearly. The public saw, all right, so there's a deficit, and this guy said he's responsible, and then the board just renewed his contract. It just didn't make sense. And the narrative got away completely, and that was a significant failure. Once I had the plan done and the budget done and the warrant done, I said to the board, I said, this isn't going to stop. It's not going to go away. I need to take my leave. The board offered a package for me, and I gladly accepted the package. Council, this goes back to attorneys for a minute here. Council said, we could find a way to structure this as a settlement so you can just pay it. I said, hell no. If I'm doing a settlement, I want it to go to town meeting. I want the lights on, I want it out in public. And in a very ironic bit of business, the last bit of unifying work that I did in the town of Winchendon was getting people who wished me gone and people that wished me well to come together and vote to support the separation agreement. So what did I learn? Holy smokes. I learned that type of structure is dangerous. I learned that while I went 3 times with 3 successive boards, I could have and should have pushed harder. I never imagined in a million years that this wouldn't have been picked up by our auditors or DOR. But the fact is, just because I didn't have eyes on it, because I wasn't allowed to see over the wall, doesn't negate the fact that I was the town manager. So I should have fought harder. Bigger issue I learned is the narrative is so important. And while I had my head down focusing on the fix, 1,000 different stories were being told on the street. Enter social media and the algorithm, and it is gone before you have a chance to catch it. And I've learned that managing the information and bringing it out of the building instead of, as I said earlier, expecting people in the building, to come into the building and get it. But having the information, communicating it loudly and in a variety of places and a variety of different manners is the biggest takeaway that I would say I got from that whole thing.
Thank you. Are there any other questions you guys would like to ask? Do you have questions for us? Oh, you have.
So to kind of build on what you just said, how would you communicate in this day and age in a community that doesn't have a newspaper?
Sure.
What would you do?
Well, I would first, communication is happening right now in Berlin. It's happening. So I would first determine how it's happening and ingratiate myself into that or those existing networks. The easy little things like find out where the group of old guys sit and solve all the town's problems.
General store.
And go there.
Friday. 7 o'clock.
and go there and subject yourself to that on a regular basis. Let them beat the snot out of you every Thursday if that's what it takes, but go where that information is being shared and is happening. Because those 6 guys are going to see, I don't know if people are old enough to remember the was it Prell? And so on, and so on, and so on. that information is going to have an exponential, impact out into the community. So finding all of these pockets that already exist and not reinventing the wheel, that'd be the first thing I would do. I would make certain that the website is better utilized than I think it currently is. I think there's a magnificent tool that is available with the municipal website. I think email blasts that, again, to your point, Peg, I'm busy. I don't have time to come to your meeting to hear your story. An email blast is something, again, at 2 a.m, if you're awake, you want to look at your email, that's when you do it. There's that information. It's being delivered in a way that fits your schedule. So finding those types of wrinkles, to fit the information in, you have to do that now, because it's not 1920 where people get the daily and then the afternoon paper. So, social media is an entirely separate discussion that's a lot longer. The pros and cons of how you handle municipal communication through a Facebook page, and what you invite. If you start wading into comments, you never get out, and it's never good. So, there needs to be, if there's not a social media policy in town, that would be one of the,
We have one, and in
Have one of
general,
those.
our website is strictly informational, and, we don't weigh into comments on town meeting articles or any of those things. It's just, here's your warrant,
Yeah.
here's your X, here's your,
Yeah.
and we don't, as
So I
far
think,
as I
again,
know, other
having-
than information, we don't respond to comments.
I've had, I've done the, the coffee hour where, which is kind of schmaltzy, it sounds good when I say it in an interview, like, well, I have coffee with Jim people don't generally come to that, because again, they're busy. Like you said, Peg, they've got lives. They're not going to go, take time to come have a cup of coffee and chat about their water bill. Not a water bill here. I've done podcasts. My daughter does a wonderful, and I would rip off every little bit of it if given the chance. But she does a podcast that, again, is simple, digestible information. You can look at it when you want. So it's not, again, something you have to watch Thursday, 8 o'clock. It's available online. So just finding all of the tools that are out there and using all of them, because people get it differently and at different times and in different ways.
Now, do you have questions for us?
Yeah, how did you tolerate Rich Hanks?
Rich is a good guy.
I love Rich. He is a good guy. He called me last night and said, hey, I just want to let you know, Peg doesn't like to spend money.
Tell Mr. Hanks he was spot on, and please call him Mr. Hanks, yeah.
Yeah. So I really don't have any questions. These guys have done a heck of a job of keeping, at least me, I don't know about the other candidates, but informed about the community. The profile they put together was, really, really helpful. I've got my little Berlin Bible that I built here with all of my information. So, no, I think I'm good.
Okay, is there anything else you would like us to know before we wrap up?
Give me 1 second just to look into my notes, because I'm sure there's going to be one thing that I'm going to have missed when I drive away.
Your reputation precedes you.
Apparently.
Because he was. That's true. They could really.
Yeah, big picture, it's all relationship based. If you take anything away, the nuts and bolts are important. I can do them in my sleep. The relationship part is really, really key. If I don't understand you and what it is you're saying, sometimes behind what you're saying, we can get off track and get our wires crossed pretty easily. And the same thing in the organization. If I don't understand what's really motivating that person, if I know that somebody's got a sick spouse, and there's a work issue, I know what's going on. If I've had that conversation, if I have that relationship, it just makes the organization work so much more effectively, and there's just this reciprocal appreciation, I think, all around, that people are valued for who they are and for their service and for choosing to do this work. So, easy answer, I can do the job. I'd be excited to do the job. I'd be excited to do it for you. So,
All right.
that's where we end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to take a quick pause if that's okay.
Yeah, I would as well.
All
If
right.
you are, I'd like to introduce Alex McGee. Alex, come on in. As you know from his resume, Alex has worked in large and small communities, ranging from Lowell to Hamilton to Arlington and
Ted.
Andover.
Nice to meet you.
Lisa, nice to meet you. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for your interest in the town administrator position and for joining us today. Before we begin, I'd like to briefly introduce those participating in today's interview. Joining us are Vice Chair Carolyn McDonald, Clerk Peg Stone, and myself, Chair Lisa Wysocki. We are also joined by Fire Chief Mike McQuillan and Interim Assistant Town Administrator Dee Green. You have probably already met them during the interview process.
Yep.
To begin with, we'll provide you with up to 5 minutes for an opening statement. We invite you to tell us about your background, your interest in Berlin, and anything else you would like the board to know about your candidacy. Following your introduction, each board member will have the opportunity to ask questions with follow-up questions as appropriate. Because we have several interviews, well, you are the last interview, so we'll just keep going and be late like we have with the rest of them. Once the board's questions have concluded, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of us. We have time at the end for your questions and any final thoughts you would like to share. We appreciate your participation and look forward to our conversation this afternoon. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right. Thanks for having me. I'm very thrilled and honored to be here as a candidate to be your town administrator. My name is Alex McGee, as you know. I have about 13 and a half years, 14 years of experience in municipal government in Massachusetts across a wide variety of sort of different kinds of communities. My career started when I moved here from the West Coast. My wife is from Westford, and we moved back here about 14 years ago. And I started working in the city manager's office in the city of Lowell. And, you know, I didn't really know many people in the area, and I thought I wanted to work in school administration, but you know, not having really any connections in the area, I found a job as an administrative assistant, and it really kind of changed my path, my career path. Working in the city of Lowell, there's all kinds of different issues and challenges to deal with there, and I worked, in the city manager's office there in a couple of different stints, for a total of maybe 6 out of the 9.5 years that I was in Lowell. I worked in a number of different areas within that organization, and mostly in the city manager's office and in finance and a couple of different roles. And then also in IT doing project management, and also in the DPW. When we were Lowell responded to COVID through the DPW in a big way. We were one of the regional sort of testing sites, and we needed a lot of hands on at DPW, and so the city manager asked that I sort of transfer over there to help with that. And so that was how my stint in Lowell went. Great place, good people, a lot of challenges there. I was then, had an opportunity to work as the finance director in the town of Hamilton, a smaller town in the North Shore, about 7,500 population, smaller, much smaller budget than Lowell. And what I found working in the town of Hamilton was that you don't get a free pass when you have less staff. You have to accomplish the same sort of tasks, and the state doesn't sort of let up on you in terms of reporting and your responsibilities if you have less people. And so you have more generalists in smaller communities, and everyone has to wear multiple hats. And as the finance director, I had to figure out how to be creative to get all of our finance departments to achieve success, with less resources than I was used to. And that was a great experience for me. And, after a couple, 2.5 years, the opportunity to move to a bigger community came. And I moved to the town of Arlington as the deputy town manager. And that was a big change for me. Went from a budget size of about $35 million to about $250 million. So it was a big change, managing bigger teams, more responsibilities as a deputy town manager than I had in Hamilton. And so the growth that happened there was I was exposed to collective bargaining, was the sort of lead negotiator in all of our collective bargaining, alongside with our HR department. We had 6 municipal unions there. 3 of them were public safety, 3 of them were sort of general government, different, sort of groups. And the way that we did collective bargaining was always, everyone was on the same schedule. So we had 6 agreements that were in negotiation at a time. And then once those were settled, then you were sort of pulled back for a year or 2, and then you'd start negotiating the next agreement. There are typically 3-year deals in Arlington. It's a tough union environment. And so we commission, as part of that cycle, pay and classification studies, and those help inform how we compensate, how we figure out what we're able to compensate as part of our union deals. And so as the CFO of the town, it was my job to really cost out those deals in collective bargaining, and then to look at our bigger, zooming out our bigger picture, our 5-year financial forecasting, putting together our operating capital budgets, working hand in hand with our finance committee, capital committee. So just gained a lot of big picture exposure to a lot of different groups working in the town of Arlington. And then I was recruited into work at the town of Andover in a similar role. It was a little closer to home, and what I thought was going to be a really good opportunity to learn from someone who was a very strong finance background as well, which is what I brought to the table. And I was in Andover for only about 5.5 months, and they reorganized their finance department, shifting from a deputy town, the position was eliminated, shifting from a deputy town manager for administration and finance to more of a traditional CFO. And so, and that more of like an accountant type CFO. And so, that was sort of where my tenure in Andover ended. Proud of the work that we accomplished there. Great, great people to work with. Had really good teams, and we were working well together. We got our budgets together before I departed. And so, that's sort of my career arc in a nutshell in Massachusetts. I'm very excited to shift into the town administrator role. I have been working at this for well over a decade now. Went to grad school during that time to get a degree in, basically in municipal management, an MPA with a focus in municipal management. It's just something that I've always, really wanted to do, and I'm very excited to be able to take, this next step now. So I think that is the end of my answer.
Do you have any follow-ups from that?
I do. Alex, when I look at your resume, one could assume that it's always been upward mobility for you, but what gives me great pause is that I look at your jobs, and you bounce around quite a bit. 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, 2 years, 2 years, 1 year. So obviously that is a concern that I have, that is this just the next stop given your work history?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it's a fair assessment of my resume, but I don't think that it's the sort of it's all sort of explainable. So the sort of the 1 year stops, those are all within the city of Lowell, within one organization, moving sort of upward and being promoted through an organization rather than moving moving to different communities or something like that. And so those were those were exclusively promotions from within the city manager or finance department in Lowell, and those kind of live under the same umbrella there. So it was that was all sort of, being brought up through the organization, by management there. I felt that I reached the ceiling when we had when the pandemic happened. There was, my boss there, the CFO at the time, and the city manager, there was no, room to grow there anymore, and the opportunity to take on new responsibilities in Hamilton happened. And, it was a great opportunity, and I took it. And, I wanted to gain the experience and, build out my career. And so I took that opportunity, and, the same thing happened in Arlington. A couple years later, I felt that I had sort of reached the ceiling of what I could do in Hamilton. The town manager there, we have a great relationship. We still talk all the time. He's going on 9 years there now. And we worked very well together, but, I had sort of reached the ceiling of what I felt like I could do there. And, in Arlington, it was, very similar. It was, a good, strong tenure. The town manager there, he is, we're the same age. We had the same roughly years of experience. He had maybe another year of experience in municipal government than I had. And, I've always aspired to get a town administrator, a town manager job. And so every role that I've moved to has been with that aim in mind. And so, there's been a target to get this kind of a job, a town administrator, a town manager job. And, now that I see it in front of me, I'm very excited. I'm looking for stability. I don't want to move communities anymore. I want to get somewhere and stay and see some work through for a longer period of time. It's exciting to watch an item in a 5-year capital plan march its way through the plan, and then you go and you do that project and complete it. And so that's what I'm looking for at this point. So to answer your question, yes, I have moved around. It has been conscious, with sort of a target in mind to achieve a goal. And so I feel like I'm on the cusp of achieving that.
I'm good.
Yes, but you have the first question, too.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All right. Ready?
Ready.
For the past several years, the town has relied on excess levy capacity, and we are now approaching a point where Prop 2.5 overrides will happen. Given that Berlin has a predominantly residential tax base, how would you approach the situation? What reductions would you consider? What would your priorities be? And how would you communicate these decisions to the community, especially in the light of clear divisions around school funding?
Yeah, this is a challenge that, I don't want to say every community, but almost every community in Massachusetts is facing over the last kind of couple years, since we had that explosive inflation year, and I think it was 2023. Prop 2.5 by design limits how much your revenue can grow, and when the costs of goods and services are growing at almost triple that rate, I think 7% inflation that year, everything becomes less affordable. And the way Prop 2.5 is designed is that we can't really catch up to that. It's like the inflation, it accelerated beyond what we could catch up to with Prop 2.5, and so. A lot of communities are looking at doing overrides now. Some are putting their foot down and saying absolutely not. And it really is a community decision, community discussion. In my opinion, overrides should always be sort of a last case scenario. They should be well thought out. They shouldn't be knee jerk. It should, in order to get an override passed, assuming it's the will of the board and the will of the community, it takes, we're talking well over a year in terms of planning, communication. You need a communication program in place to sort of discuss, these are the things that, the sort of, we'll call them service disruptions that could happen if the override fails, right? And you need to be very conscious about what you're putting on the table for what sort of services may go away. Because, in reality, in local government work, services are often people's jobs. And so You got to be you have to be very smart and strategic about the sort of cuts that you're proposing, because those typically are people's jobs that you're talking about. And when you're talking about that, people understand that, and then it creates a chilling effect in your organization. So you need to be, really cognizant of how you are thinking about this. You need to be strategic about what sort of items or services you may be looking at paring back. In Arlington, I have a lot of experience dealing with overrides. Arlington lives in a structural deficit, and they've passed 6 consecutive overrides since 2000. And it's sort of as part of their financial operational plan there, is that they, as part of their sort of long-term planning, they plan overrides every certain number of years. They have sort of a subset of political people in town, so select board, FinCom, school committee, capital planning committee, and then all of the sort of town finance department heads and the town manager. We all work together in what's called the long range planning committee there to discuss the overrides, the long-term financial health of the town. We have a 5-year financial, long-term financial plan that I sort of lived on my portfolio of work, and that's sort of a living document. It's updated throughout the year, and to keep the long-range planning committee sort of apprised of where finances stand at any given moment. And so the overrides, how they work there is, the select board and the school committee, who are the sort of the main, we'll call it decision makers or supporters, proponents of an override, they get together and they decide, what they want to support with an override. And they say, we think that we want these services to be supported. They have to decide whether they want to add to town services or they just want to maintain services. And so there's a couple different ways you can think about an override. And when I was there in 2023, we passed a $7 million override that was designed to last 3 years. And so the 3-year override, what the boards did, along with sort of the town manager, myself, and the school superintendent and her finance person, was we got together and we put a growth cap on our organizations. And we said for each year of this override, we're going to grow at a certain fixed percentage number. And so we knew what our labor contracts were going to cost. We didn't know what, the cost of goods and services was going to be, what inflation would do to, things that we had to buy. But we said, for each year of this override, we're going to grow at a fixed amount. For the town, it was 3.25%. Our natural growth under Prop 2.5 in Arlington was around 3.1%, so it's just over that Prop 2.5 number. And then for the schools, they have sort of 2 main sections of their budget. One of them being special education, they grew at 6.5%, and the other, special education, they grew at 3.5%. So combined, it was about a 5% blended growth number for them. And so, part and parcel with an override. Once the sort of the select board, they're the ones who announce, the override, they have to vote for it. They say that these are going to be sort of the bookends of what the override will accomplish. These are going to be the promises that we're going to make to voters in order to sell it. And then over that, the following sort of 5-6 months, a campaign to sort of sell it to voters takes place. And people who support the override, the sort of elected staff in town, are the ones who went out and sold that. As sort of staff, we were unable to really advocate for it, but we could provide, as much sort of information and analysis as was required. And so, all that is to say, I have a lot of experience working with overrides, and what it would take is a really thorough understanding of the organization here, what sort of services, may ultimately end up on the chopping block if an override was to be pursued and then it did not pass. Schools are the most important asset in any community, and it's difficult. They hear that, I think that the education, gobbles up about 55.8% of your overall budget, and so that's a big amount of your budget. If you're, $19+ million, 55+% of that goes to education in some form. And so, being the biggest part of the budget, that is the most logical place to go to look for cuts. But people are very resistant to cutting in schools. And so, what I found in my experience is that it's typically the town side which is asked to make cuts. We're talking DPW, public works positions, police, fire are really difficult to touch. Public safety, people don't want to touch those. So town administrative staff, capital plans get sort of put on ice. You don't invest as much, and then your infrastructure can start crumbling. So it's a very complicated scenario when you're looking at an override, but it takes a lot of work. It would take, I'm not going to sit here and say these are the things that I would definitively recommend that we cut, because I don't really thoroughly know the organization yet. But as part of my job as town administrator, it would be to come up with the things that would ultimately need to go away if an override did fail, if we were relying on it. So committed to doing that work, and understanding how that would impact the whole organization. That's what you would want me here for. Yeah, sort of long-winded. Did that answer everything? Okay.
It did. Thank you.
Yeah.
So my first question for everybody, you've kind of already touched on it, but I'll give you an opportunity to briefly expand if you want.
Sure.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us about why you're looking for a new job, and what about Berlin specifically attracted you to apply?
Yeah. So, after a period of, being laid off was something that I had never sort of anticipated. I've never had an issue like this. And so, it took a little time to be thoughtful about what I wanted to do next. I was very resistant to looking in the private sector because I've worked so long and hard to sort of get to where I'm at today. And so, with the support of my family, my wife, who's been a great partner through all of this, has really encouraged me to stay with my goals and stay. This is what you've been working for as long as basically we've known each other, towards this. And so, why I'm looking here is there seems to be a really natural fit between what I have to offer and what you are looking for. It's a very strong financially. Your organization is in really financially good shape. You have, I think, 33% of your sort of your budget is like, you have liquid reserves that match that number, which is a very strong position to be in. You have a lean organization, but it's somewhere that I see myself being able to provide good leadership, develop great relationships with the board, with all of the department heads. I'm somebody who wants to meet the employees that I'm working with, that report through me. So developing that takes time and energy. It's something that I want to do. It's something that I've always done in the past. I've had great teams that have sort of developed, working sort of within sort of my portfolio of work. All of my finance teams have always been great, and if they're not, if there are issues, then I'm somebody who wants to address them head on and figure out why something might not be working, and then fix it, find out what kind of resources we have, and provide a fix. And so I think that there's great sort of skill alignment with what I have and what on paper you're looking for. And as I've come and visited in town, it's been apparent to me that you guys have really strong volunteers here, which is important to me, because in smaller communities you really do need to rely on your volunteers to sort of help. They are a huge part of the equation when you're talking about how to sort of lead an organization. Your select board, your finance committee, your planning board, all those are like a huge part of the picture, and often get sort of overlooked. And so rather than overlooking them, I would want to sort of lean into them and utilize these smart people who are willing and able to sort of give their time and their expertise to sort of channel that and use that to the town's benefit. And when you have people that are willing to give and are good at what they do, it's something that we should really harness and utilize. So, so I think that in a nutshell, I'm I think that there's just a lot of really interesting things here. It's a mostly rural community with some very sort of intense commercial spots, which really help buoy the tax base here, which is, sort of, in a way, it's almost unique. I saw that, in your guys, in an open space sort of plan or survey that, 80% of the town prioritizes open space, right? So now, you've run into sort of that natural friction between, strategic development and the sort of like retaining open space. And so, working through those kinds of challenges, that's exciting to me. And, these are the reasons why I got into and love the work that I do in municipal government. And so, I've always wanted, ever since I stepped foot in the city of Lowell, I've wanted to have sort of the town administrator, that sort of executive role. It's something that I've aimed for, and I think that this is a great opportunity for me, and I think that, we can work very well together, the town and myself. So, in a nutshell, that's it.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Berlin will be transitioning from a 3-member to a 5-member select board while continuing to mature under the town administrator form of government. How would you approach helping elected officials, staff, and residents navigate that transition while maintaining productive working relationships? Please include how you would handle differing expectations among board members and how you would establish role clarity without creating conflict.
Yeah. It's a great question. This is like an evolution of the town in a way, going from 3 to 5 members. A 3-member board is one thing and a 5-member board is another. There's infinitely more sort of complicated relationships that can exist between 5 people than there are with 3 people. I would prioritize, so myself, as the TA, I look at myself as having, a relationship with the board in general. So there's like a public relationship with the select board. But then there's also all of these interpersonal relationships that have to occur. Currently there'd be myself and 3 members. Down the road there'd be myself and 5 members. And then when you flip the script, there's how board members get along. So right now there's 3 board members, and that's relatively simple. But when you start if you have a 5-member board, it can become much more complicated. How people sort of view the operations, they politically see the world, and so what I would do is lend the expertise that I've gained over the years working in this, seeing how other boards have achieved success. I've always worked with 5-member boards or in Lowell City Council, which is bigger, and so sort of understanding the complexities that happen there, sort of the role of the sort of executive within the community, how they are supposed to provide leadership to both the board, sort of we'll call that leading up, and then also to the organization, leading, providing that sort of mentorship and guidance and sort of setting expectations, providing accountability for department heads and, other staff. I'd see myself as the sort of the person that would be expected to do that. And, I'm a very direct communicator, and I would, want to match my communication style with what works best with the board. You should never be finding something out, through like Facebook or through like, from the press or something like that, which is like probably happens all too often. But it's my role would be to help make everyone's life easier and make the town function as best as it could. You guys, as the sort of the select board, would set the policy direction, and you'd set the organizational goals, and then it'd be on me to sort of go out and execute and achieve that. And it may become a little more complicated with 5 members than 3, but in a way it also provides a little more clarity from the residents. They have 5 representatives instead of 3, and so you can get maybe a more representative look at what the board wants based on who is elected and what their viewpoints are. Kind of unclear, but it's I think it's a great thing you're moving to a 5-member board. I think that having more representation on the board is never a bad thing. It will make the job of the town administrator moderately more complex because there's just more relationships that you need to develop and manage, but that's a good thing. Transparency is important to me. Communicating with the public is important to me. The residents here have a right to know what the sort of their tax dollars are paying for. And so, establishing, maintaining a presence, a lot of people get their news through social media nowadays. So, maintaining that presence at the appropriate level. So, not divulging sort of every little excruciating detail, but also not overlooking important things. Being able to sort of celebrate the successes that you have as an organization is important. A lot of places only use social media as a way to sort of communicate problems, but giving a look, some insight into what the organization does, which a lot of residents probably don't have a great understanding of, that's a good thing, and showcasing sort of some of the achievements that we're proud of, that's a good thing. And so, establishing that communication beyond just select board meetings, that's important, I think, and sort of one of the duties of the town administrator. So, I think that this evolution that is occurring or will be occurring sort of over the next year or two is a good thing, and that planning for it, understanding sort of what the roles of sort of the select board, how that is evolving, how they understand the role of the town administrator evolving. Those are things that will take work to figure out and understand. And it's a kind of an exciting time, I think, to be a part of that. So that's generally where we're at with that.
Just one quick follow-up, since you mentioned it. What would be your strategy for improving the communications in the town?
Yeah, I would want to get my sort of finger on the pulse, first of all, to say, all right, what is the existing strategy, or is there one? And if there isn't, establishing something, looking at some sort of best practices and establishing them and saying, okay, we want to reach audiences with these kinds of communications, right? So understanding that if there are, are we going to be posting proactive traffic updates, when we're going to be doing projects, if there's going to be issues, say there's the overpass on 495 is having an issue, is that the kind of thing we want to communicate or not? And so that would be a discussion with the board to figure out exactly sort of, where they're at with that. Updating the public, trying to build followers, on social media, working on a town administrator newsletter, those sorts of things. So, the community hears directly from me. Those are things that I would be doing, and staying consistent with it. With communication, consistency is a huge part of it. You don't want to. It shouldn't be like a New Year's resolution where you embark on this thing and then you do it for a month or two and then it drops off and it fades. It needs to be consistent, and it needs to you need to sort of establish your voice and your presence. The community needs to understand that if they're looking for something, they should have a trusted source that they can go to find information. If they can't find it on social media, they should feel happy to just pick up the phone or drop by town hall to to see what's going on. And what I would do is figure out sort of what our best practices are in what's working here, and then try to match what I believe would be sort of ways to enhance that. Not necessarily trying to reinvent the wheel, but trying to take what works, what's working already, and then make it better.
All right. Touched a little bit on volunteers before, but we're going to dig a little bit deeper.
Okay.
Many town committees are volunteer-based, but do not consistently follow established policies or procedures. What have you done in your previous towns to promote that consistency and accountability across these groups? And when you find they are not followed, what specific measures have you taken to course correct these behaviors?
Yeah, it's a good question, because you have, for whatever reason, there are boards and committees that they sort of oftentimes will develop their own identity and their own style, and that's fine. But there are rules that we need to follow, like open meeting law, that's the law that we have to follow, right? And locally, there are norms and customs that you want to follow, and so if you get a board that becomes sort of like a runaway board, and they don't want to follow rules, first you need to make sure that they understand in black and white what they're doing that is wrong. And so they may not understand, open meeting law. And if they don't understand that, then, we can talk with town council about what I have done personally in Arlington was develop what we called it a road show. We had a couple boards that were sort of becoming a little fringy, and they weren't really operating the way that we had hoped. And so we developed we had town council internally in Arlington, but working with town council to develop a sort of a presentation on what the roles and responsibilities are of different boards. That worked out really well. And so, but they went, and they gave a presentation to each of the boards that we asked them to. Any board that wanted it in Arlington, I think at the time there was 87 boards and committees, which is like a lot to deal with. But so there's a lot of boards. Yeah.
We may have many, but they are louder.
Yeah. So, well, that's the thing. And so, like, there's it was a lot, but not everyone needed that sort of that approach. And so we found out, like these are the sort of we'll call them the big boards and committees. They all got a presentation, right? So the select board, the FinCom, capital committee, planning board, Concom, they all got, and then all of these sort of other auxiliary boards, the ones that wanted it, we gave the same presentation to, and then it worked well. If you still have either individual board members or boards as a whole that are acting up, they need to be sort of reminded of what the rules are. If they continue, then I would want to consult with the select board and with town council on what the next moves should be. I don't want to necessarily. You never want an argument to spill into public. You want to be able to address these things behind closed doors. Make sure that these boards or committees that are have fallen off the rails, that they understand why it's important that they follow the rules. And if they continue to act, sometimes it's a choice that they're choosing to act this way, and that's when I get town council involved and figure out, all right, what are sort of my next steps? What am I able to do? And then, I would ultimately be communicating with the select board and say, look, this is the situation, and what do we want to do? And we'd have to collaborate on that, and figure out, what are our next steps as a group.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick follow-up on that. One of the things that you mentioned was the training aspect of things. What I've recognized here is often that training aspect for volunteers, boards, and committees falls to the very bottom of the list of the TA's duties.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on that? How would you actually make that happen? And how do you make that a priority?
Yeah, it's a good question because there's always so many balls in the air that we're juggling. But I have found that in a way, things have a way of prioritizing themselves, right? Problems, if they start becoming bigger problems, then they move up on your priority list. So, if we have boards, committees, or groups that need training, it's something that I would move up on my priority list and would make it. It takes a conscious effort to say, all right, this is something that we got to get done. Typically these kinds of things happen in the evenings, and that's how volunteer boards almost exclusively operate. And so you find time and you make it work. It doesn't have to be extremely complicated. It just needs to be something that you commit to, that I would commit to, and say this is something that we're going to get done. And over the next month and a half or 2 months, we're going to hit every one of these boards. We'll find the next 2 meetings that they have, and we'll get on their agenda for one of them. And it's something that. Our road show in Arlington, it worked well because we made it fun internally. It was like, okay, we're going to get together. We're all in this together. We're going to go to all of these different groups that we don't always normally go to, which was interesting. And, we're going to meet new volunteers. And, some of these people had collectively, some of these boards had over 100 years experience helping serve the town in various ways. And so, sometimes it was just these sort of habits that had formed over the years that they needed to sort of pivot away from and to get back into sort of compliance. But, like I said earlier, leaning into sort of the volunteer community here is important. These people need to be, I will need to lean on them for help. And so empowering them, showing up, being a part of their group. Sometimes they want that sort of town administrator to be there. And, it's something that I have always done is, show up to meetings. And so be present, be consistent, and make sure that I'm, giving them the attention that they need. It would take me prioritizing that, though, and it's something that I'll do.
Thank you.
I know. Hold on. We need teams where, you can just give me the summary and just like spit it out.
Right.
There you go.
So how comfortable are you drawing on your knowledge, your experience, to solve problems on the spot, or are you someone who would prefer to seek advice from town council before making any decisions,
Yeah,
big
no.
or small?
It would depend on the sort of how big of an issue we're talking about. But I'm very confident in being able to provide sort of the decision-making abilities. There's never a day never fully repeats itself in this line of work. But I've come across a lot of interesting scenarios, and I've learned a lot over the last 13 and a half years in this line of work. And one thing that I've seen in my sort of close proximity to these great leaders that I've worked for is that they're not afraid to A, make decisions, or B, make the decision to go to town council if they need to. The default wouldn't be to always go to town council. It's expensive. It takes a lot of time. It can create sort of roadblocks to just the normal operating, how an organization should operate. And so, I'd look at myself as somebody who needs to sort of provide that leadership and confidence and, knowing what I know and just going out and doing the job. There are certainly times when you need to talk to town council. There are times when you need to speak with sort of specialized labor council. So those are things that as those scenarios come up, you need somebody who understands when they should be doing those things, and I feel like I have a good grasp on that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about a professional relationship that became difficult or strained. What happened? What would the other person say happened? What responsibility did you have for the outcome? And what did you learn from the experience?
Yeah. Okay. So in Arlington, I had a finance team department head who was very smart and could accomplish a lot, but had a difficult personality. And it got to the point where other members of the finance team would be rolling their eyes when this person was talking in meetings, and it became very challenging to sort of have a normal, functional, team collaborations with when this person was, sort of unwilling to be a part of the team. And so what it took was a concerted effort by me to sort of figure out how she ticked, figure out why she, was sort of being difficult in certain instances. Never fully figured that out, but some people just have difficult personalities, I guess. So making an effort to give more one-on-one time. She would come into a room and nobody would have any oxygen to speak. She wouldn't stop talking about X, Y, or Z, or how different problems, impacted her. And so, trying to help coach her on listening more was important. It's something that I think listening is just as important of a skill as, talking. It's, being able to, communicate. Listening is half of that battle, right? Or half of that exercise. And so, how we dealt with it was a lot more hand-holding. It was a challenge for me to deal with. She had people that worked for her that were leaving the organization because she was difficult, and so we had to work up a performance improvement plan with her, and so it just became, it was strained, but we came to an understanding, that the expectations that I had and the sort of the consistency created accountability for, progress on how she was doing. Ultimately it was sort of she ended up leaving the organization, but it was a stalemate that was headed towards maybe a bad ending. But, it took a lot of effort and a lot of work to sort of try to figure out, what made her tick and how to sort of, how to make her presence within our bigger finance team, I don't want to say more muted, but, less disruptive. And we achieved that, and that was good. The finance team in Arlington, I would say, was very highly functional, even after sort of this sort of difficulties that were caused by this one employee. So, that answer your question?
I'd just like to know what you actually learned from that. What did you learn from that?
What I learned was that communication takes a lot of work, and it's something that with a lot of people it's very natural. And naturally, I think I'm a good communicator, but there are going to be instances where my natural style doesn't gel with somebody, and it's going to take me. I'm going to have to think about and strategize on how I'm going to work with this person, because naturally I tend to get along very well with people. I'm easygoing, and that taught me that there are going to be times where I need to manage people stronger, and I need to make a real effort to communicate with somebody consistently and in the style that works for them, so that she could hear what I was saying.
All right. Ready?
Ready, let's rock.
Okay. In a small town with limited staffing and funding, explain your process on how you determine what initiatives and projects move forward and which ones are delayed. And for those that are delayed, how do you reestablish momentum and demonstrate your process to the board and to the residents?
That's a great question.
I know.
And you couldn't be more spot on. Yeah. Great job with the question.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
But it really is, though. It's where do your priorities lie, right? So when you're looking at your budget, there's never going to be enough resources to go around to accomplish everything that you want. And that could be in your operating budget, could be in your capital budget. But there's always going to be things that you want to do that you can't afford, right? And that's just the reality of sort of working in municipal government. There's just never quite enough to go around. And so, it's my job to figure out, okay, what are the things that we must get done? What are our core services that we must deliver? What are our, in the capital plan, what are the things that we must address, right? Okay, great. We'll put those in one bucket. Hopefully we can achieve those. If we can't, then we need to look at, okay, what are the things that if we don't do are going to cause problems to, potentially like life or safety. They may impact, the ability of residents to move around town. So, road issues, bridge issues, right? I think there's a bridge issue that's going on here. So like, just a little $1.5 million problem. So it's like, you have to find these things, and you have to be able to try to get ahead of them before they become bigger problems. And it's not always achievable, but how I would do this is, so with capital specific items, is develop a very strong and thoughtful 5-year capital plan, right? Every year you reshuffle the deck. The most important year in a capital plan is the year that's immediately in front of you, right? Those are the things that you think are going to be the ones that you must fund, the ones that you can't delay any further, the ones that if you don't fund, they're going to be the biggest problems that you're going to have to deal with, and they're going to be more expensive, and they're going to lead to issues. And then the ones in the ensuing out years, you would hope, like in an ideal world, you put something in the 5th year, and it slowly marches its way through the plan, and then you pay for it in year 5. But in reality, what I've seen that happens is, you slot some things in there in years, maybe 3, 4, or 5, and then as they get closer, you say, you know what, maybe we don't need to replace that vehicle yet. We can push it out an extra year because there's, some bridge that needs an extra $100,000 that we need to put in to help fix, right? And so you reshuffle the deck every year with capital items. With operating, it's sort of a similar exercise, but you're not buying a tangible thing. So, you're looking at the services that you deliver and how affordable things are. And, it takes a strong collaboration with take a collaboration with the board and say, these are where our priorities are. If we find that we have something that we do here that has become unaffordable, then we need to figure out a plan. Can we creatively find a way to fund it? Can we work with a neighbor, potentially to do an IMA, where we can, share services, across our communities? Maybe they're facing similar challenges. And that's something that really does work well in smaller communities is, what sort of shared services exist? If they don't exist now, are there things that we could push in that direction? So that comes down to, establishing relationships with, other communities, town administrators, town managers, other select boards. You folks on the board likely have a bit of an understanding of, where some of these soft spots might be. So leaning into you guys and getting a little bit of guidance would be important to me. How you communicate to the community, that's a real challenge. When you say, hey, this is all we can afford, and that means that, X, Y, or Z might be going away, that can create this ripple that just, can send a shock through the community saying, hey, have you heard that, town administrators trying to stop picking up trash or, whatever it is. And, it can, sort of take on a life of its own sometimes. And so being firm with communications, making sure that people understand that the truth will come, out of this office and out of the select board is important. Making sure that there's consistent communication coming from the board and the town administrator. Those sorts of things would be sort of how I would tackle those challenges. But, it takes, every year, everything has to get reprioritized. What are the things that we must deliver on? What are the things that, we're going to have challenges delivering on? Okay, how can we creatively solve these challenges? And that's sort of would be my job, is to figure out those challenges, and how can we get creative?
Thank you.
So my third question kind of works with Peg's question, but a little more specific. Can you describe your experience working with CPA-funded projects or grants or ARPA funds? Specifically, how familiar are you with CPA regulations, project administration, and the procurement process, specifically, necessary to move CPA projects from approval to successful completion? Additionally, how would you support town boards, committees, and staff in overcoming implementation challenges and ensuring approved projects move forward efficiently?
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there with that question.
Yeah,
so
well, there's a lot
it's
going on.
Yeah,
Let
okay.
me tell ya.
That's like, in a way, that's a really tough question because, so yes, I have a lot of experience in working with the CPA. Every community that I've worked in has had the CPA as a part of it. At varying levels. You guys are a 3% community here, so like you really prioritize, to those community assets that may otherwise get left behind by the town. You can use CPA money to fund, these kinds of projects. I think you guys have $2.3 million in the bank right now in your CPA reserve, which is a very strong position to be in. You don't have housing issues, which is also great. You have 16% affordable housing. You're well above your threshold. So you don't have any, a lot of places have real pressing needs on, especially in their housing CPA money funds to use. So those don't really exist here like they might in other places.
Our need is to get approved projects completed. Right.
So in steps me, right? Somebody who has a lot of experience managing complex projects, right? So throughout my sort of career, I've worked on capital projects, on the implementation side, like more so on planning nowadays, but earlier in my career, a lot of implementation. From IT project implementation. So, in Lowell, we had, $500,000 that we spent every year on, IT project implementation. So, one of my jobs there, when I was working in the IT department, MIS, was in project implementation. So different modules in Munis, which is the ERP program that we used. How do we implement that and fuse that into sort of our business processes, right? But, in Lowell, one of the things that I did there was working with the MSBA. They have something called the Accelerated Repair Program, and it's a grant program that will allow communities to renovate or replace major building systems in their schools. So we, as the city, hadn't been applying for these grants for like a long time, and so we figured this out. I figured this out, and the city manager was like, "Great, go apply." And so I did. We had a facilities study that sort of showcased the conditions of every school facility. We had 28 school buildings in Lowell, and so I put together about 30 applications in the first year for various things, and we ended up getting 8 projects that were valued at somewhere around $15 million for the first year, and so which was great. We had 6 boiler replacement projects and 2 roof replacements that were simultaneously going to occur, and so then it became my project to deal with. I became the project manager because we didn't have anyone that could do it, and so I had to sort of learn on the fly how to do that, and so it became a very complex sort of process. We had an OPM, which is an owner's project manager, an architect, and then 4 different construction firms that we were working for as part of this. And so, standing meetings with all of the sort of stakeholders and the key players from the organization, figuring out how to move these things forward. So working with, the principals and staff at the schools, working with sort of the we'll call them hired help, like the construction managers, the project managers, and then me being that sort of connection to the community and making sure that, I was getting all of our ducks in a row on a week-to-week basis to make sure the projects continue to move forward. So, so big projects, great. Smaller projects, a lot of experience implementing those also. A lot of things on capital, it comes down to, buying something. So, can you lean into any state contracts that may exist so you don't need to put together, extensive bid documents or procurements that take a lot of effort? You may be able to go find that thing that you need off of a state contract and just buy it without having to go through a very rigorous procurement. I am an MCPPO certified person, so, I have the sort of certifications that allow me to be a chief procurement officer. I have overseen procurement in the last few communities that I've worked in, and have a lot of experience procuring things. What I have come to understand is that if you're looking for something, somebody else has probably looked for that also, and to lean into my network and talk to people about what sorts of bids have they put out for these things, and can we take their bid documents and either essentially just dust them off and reuse them, or can we sort of modify them so they're right size to what we need? And how do we handle procurement here? Is it something that we want to spend endless time doing, or do we want to be lean and fast? Typically you want to be lean and fast as long as you're doing it the right way. And so that is something that it takes a lot of work from a lot of interested parties. So like police and fire typically you have things that you need to procure with them, and so we're working with the chiefs on those. In town hall, highways or DPW would need to be involved in the procurement there. But it's something that I have experience with. I love doing capital projects, and would be, it'd be one of the things that I excel at here.
Good, because we have a bunch.
Well, good. We got a backlog to work through.
We do indeed have a backlog, yes.
All right, well,
And
good.
deadlines.
Well, yeah,
That
deadlines
we're up
exist.
We have
against.
Yeah.
several ARPA projects, we have several grant projects that
So-
need to.
Okay, ARPA projects. Okay, so I've been the sort of the ARPA manager for projects in every community since ARPA was a thing, and CARES before that, and so hopefully, I assume that you guys would have your funding dedicated to projects already, and you just need to get it out the door by December. So
Yes.
the clock's ticking.
Yep.
So
We
yep.
have,
Okay.
The major projects are probably, there's a demolition project of those 2 old buildings that are just up the hill there. And then there's also a playground project.
Okay.
Jeff and Dee have done a ton of the preliminary work on that. The other projects with the deadline are, there's a complete streets project, and there is also a bridge project that Dee is working her butt off on right now.
Yeah. It's tough, like these
So,
big projects
but
are,
Then there are all those other backlogs of projects
Right.
that have had to wait, including those CPA projects.
Right, and so there's the municipal stuff,
Mhm.
and then there's several CPA projects that mostly the rec committee worked on, went through the process, got it approved at town meeting, and then those projects haven't been able to move forward.
they're just in the can right
They're
now. Yeah.
and so from a person on the street
They're
kind
like,
of
didn't we
view,
approve this
they're
last
like,
year?
what the heck?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
So
And
you
we're
know,
not communicating that very well either. We're not
Okay, yeah.
communicating, what the
Right.
status of these projects
Mhm.
are and why they aren't moving and those types
Right.
of things. I do believe that fundamentally we sort of got into a backlog and then we sort of kept adding on top
Added
of
to it,
which is
yeah.
maybe not the best.
right.
Mhm.
But again,
Either, but-
because a lot of that wasn't communicated specifically to the CPA committee,
Mhm.
you know,
Right.
like, hey,
Yeah.
slow your roll.
Let's pause for a
You know,
year.
so stuff
Yeah.
just kept
Pause.
getting
Mhm.
approved and approved, and
Yep.
then nothing happened. And so there's definitely a lot of, or several, well, a lot of projects, but several that like hit the ground running.
So like
projects.
what I would do is like we'd have to address the backlog. You know, the things that are like, I mean, we have a December deadline on this ARPA stuff, so that's like
Right.
we got to get that money spent.
Sure.
You know, or else it's gone. And like you can guarantee the federal government's going to be salivating to claw any of that money back. Right?
Surprised
So-
they haven't already.
Yeah. So, you know, so what that takes is it takes an effort, you know, with me and with Dee and with like an internal project team to figure out, all right, what is the status of these things? What do we need to get them done? And then it takes, you know, we may need to pull in other staff that maybe don't typically work on these kinds of projects. If we don't have the capacity just internally, we're going to need to get these things done because we do not want to give back a lot of money to the feds, you know? And we have an obligation to get these projects done for the community. And so get those done, and then, you know, once we have the things that are on a very exclusive time deadline done, then we reprioritize and we say, okay, what are the next things that we can tackle? And we sort of break it down into time chunks, say we're going to be doing these over the next 3 months, these are the next 6, and these are the next year. And we're going to, you know, make a plan to get them done. And if we start slipping from our plan, we'll need to reevaluate and figure out why that's happening. And then, you know, it may be that we need to pull staff in to help with those projects. But, you know, these are how these things get done. As you know, it takes, you got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and just get there and do it. You know, it takes, you know, someone like me, you know, as the TA, I'm going to be doing projects, and that's good. You know, I have experience doing it. You know, and you know, I'm excited to work on projects. I don't want to just be telling people what to do. I want to be doing it also. You know, and that's a good thing. And so, but you know, that's the kind of effort that it's going to take. Is you know, I'm a scuba diver, and so one thing that we do is we say you plan your dive and you dive your plan, right? And so you need to have a plan, and then you need to go out and execute it. And if you don't, if something comes up while you're underwater, you obviously have to deal with it, right? So you know, while you can hopefully plan for everything, things will happen, and you'll have to reprioritize, reshuffle the deck, and then keep moving forward. So with capital, with all of these different things, it's something that I think that I bring a lot to the table with.
Last formal question, then we will ask for follow-ups
Mhm.
and let you ask us questions.
Sure.
Tell us about a professional mistake that had meaningful consequences. What happened? How did you respond? And what changed afterward? Please include when you realized there was a problem, how you communicated it, who you involved, and what you learned.
Professional mistake. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, a good example of this is, I don't know if it's necessarily it wasn't like a specific thing that I did, but it was a lack of a thing I did that maybe was a mistake. So in Arlington, we were victims of a cyber attack. We were the victims of a social engineering scheme, right? And this is when a group of people that we later found out were from Russia. They infiltrate your network somehow, And it happened to be through, we were working on a high school project at the time, $290 million, huge project. And so, we had standing meetings and we had a lot of people that were involved in our high school project. And so there were a few staff members, one who had their email that was hijacked, okay? That email account, not the staff member, but, controlled by nefarious actors, was then used to change the bank account routing information on payments that were being sent as part of our, project obligations. And so this you went on for like a couple months and sort of unknown to anyone. It was just business as usual. And then our OPM was like, hey, you guys have fallen behind on payments. Like, what's going on? We're like, no, we have not. We've been paying you every month. And so, figured out that this had happened. So, problem. Comes onto our radar. It's like, oh, wow, this is a big problem. And so, what we did to address it was we brought in like a third party for like it was an audit firm that provided services. They weren't our auditors, and so they looked at sort of all of our financial processes and procedures and said, okay, this is where we think that you can make enhancements or improvements in your financial policies, and this is what we would recommend you do. And so what I did is I went to the state and got a community compact grant to formalize all of our financial policies and procedures, and it hardened all of our. This was a big effort. It looked at our whole sort of financial operation. It looked. We had interviews with like finance committee, capital committee, select board, all finance staff. So it was like a big effort to figure out sort of who does what normally, and then how should it be done. And so it created sort of the transparency that we needed, because these are policies now that exist, and it created sort of the accountability needed that staff understand. These are the things that you must be doing as sort of our standard operating procedures. And so what I learned from this was that you can never be too careful that, just the sort of day-to-day operations, like problems can erupt out of somewhere where you totally don't expect them. And so that was a problem that erupted. It came completely out of left field. It was not on anyone's radar that this could be happening. And it was a learning experience for all of us. It sent a complete shock through all the town staff that this happened with some of our like really good, strong staff members that were in key positions, were sort of in a way tricked into this situation. And so it was tough and embarrassing and expensive, but it was a good lesson to learn, and ultimately hardened our sort of defense against these kinds of things. It also led to sort of other investments in like CrowdStrike and other sort of software to help stop these problems before they can start. So we took a look at everything again and figured out, all right, this is how we're going to invest to sort of stop these problems from happening again in the future. So, yeah, that answer every part of that question? Maybe too much? Okay.
No, that's all good. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, do you guys have anything further question-wise? Okay. Yes?
Maybe, but go ahead.
Well, if you have a question, go ahead.
No, because I can't quite figure out how I want to formulate it, so.
Okay, do you have questions for us, and we'll come back to Carolyn?
Yeah,
and see if she
Sure.
has
No problem.
sorted.
Uh-huh. So I write these things down because I always forget them. Okay, so can you tell me about the relationship with the schools, the regional school district, and is it strained? And how is that? I found that in communities that have a regional district, it can be really challenging because you have basically a quasi-independent group that is setting policy and handing you a bill that you must pay for schools, which is great. Schools cost a lot of money, but that can create friction when there's not a good relationship there. So like, what's that like?
Okay, I will take a stab, and then you guys jump in.
Okay.
I would say that there is friction.
Mhm.
I would say that the friction was much worse
3 or 4
3 or
years
4
ago.
years ago. I think
Okay.
that when that regional district was created, there was an idea that they were sort of completely independent and didn't have to talk to finance, didn't have to talk to the select board, didn't, they just, as you said, handed us a bill.
Mhm.
I think that over time, there has been a recognition that you can do that, but it's probably not going to go the way that you
Yeah.
hope.
Yeah.
We have had, there was also an administration change that I think
Right.
brought positive things. There's another new superintendent now, but there was an interim
Oh,
and there's a
okay.
new finance director
Okay.
that I think have worked to improve that relationship. I think it's difficult for the town to repeatedly see those high percentage increases. I think
Yeah.
last year's was between 7 and 8%, which is in line with a regional school district as far as I'm aware. But
Right.
when you
It's
have Prop
still-
2.5 and you still have to run the town,
Yeah.
it is a difficult pill to swallow, and it has eaten up, the excess levy capacity that we've had.
Right.
Has gone to, that said, not
Right.
entirely their fault.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of fixed cost also.
Right.
So, yes, it's strained, yes, we've worked on it, and it's better than it was.
Yeah.
Does that sound accurate?
Yep.
I mean, part of the problem too is that you have, and we've seen it at every town meeting, the school budget comes up,
Yeah.
in come the
Everyone.
parents.
Yeah. It's like a migration.
vote is
Yeah.
done.
Out go the
Out
Out
parents.
go the parents.
Right.
So even
Yeah.
if you had us or FinCom or people around town saying, wait a minute, you expect me to level fund my teeny tiny budget,
Right.
but yet here comes the school,
Right. Biggest
and they
section of
can
the
go,
budget. Right.
as Lisa said, 7, 8%, years it was higher,
Yeah.
causes a lot of friction in town. We have a higher population of folks over 50
Yeah.
that may not have as much disposable income as new families. We have a great school system, and that's why people come here.
Right.
But at the same time, too, it places a burden on those that don't feel the burden should be placed on them. But unfortunately, it's because
Yeah.
click, we
Yeah.
click now.
Clicking
We
now.
don't even raise
That's
our
right.
hands,
We don't even
right?
raise our hands anymore.
Nice, okay.
We click
Yep.
out. And
Uh-huh.
as you said.
And they don't stay for the rest of the
That is correct.
spending. They don't vote
Correct.
about
the school budget.
Just the
Correct.
school budget.
And
But
it's,
I
as you,
would also say that overall, we are, as a community, very supportive of our schools.
correct.
And you
yes.
have to be,
This is
right.
not something that
Yep.
we support our schools.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Right.
Mhm.
It's just hard on everybody when
Yeah.
it's the justification of, we need another person on highway. Oh, we can't because we need that $100,000.
Yeah.
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 And
Yep.
we have historically starved the town, and I think this
Right.
is one of the first years where we have, hopefully making DATA on Monday and some of the other changes that we
Right.
needed in that area. And there's small changes that are going to have an exponential, I
Right.
think, effect on how things work in town offices.
Mhm.
So we sort of have to balance that. We can't completely starve
Right.
this building
For that one.
because
Right.
of the schools.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's the rub.
And
That
we don't
is
have
the
a lot
road.
of services, we don't have public water, we don't
Right.
have public sewer. You pay to go to the transfer station, so there's not a lot of opportunity. And yeah, 2 years ago, we went pretty draconian on the town
Mhm.
just to support
Mhm.
that. And now, unfortunately, we're all looking around going, oh,
Yeah.
crap.
Yeah.
And really,
Yeah.
that's not helpful
Maybe.
either, because we then had to turn around and
Catch
put
up.
all of that back this
Yep.
year.
Right.
And it looks like you've made this huge increase, when really you're just putting back the
You're
things
just
you
trying to
took
make up
last
lost
year
ground.
that
Right.
you really shouldn't have taken away to begin with.
Right. Yeah. So, okay, yep.
Yep.
What is your take on the move from a 3 to a 5-member board? And how do you see that going?
I'm psyched, but I'm scared. Concerned, because if you look at the past elections for this board, they generally go unopposed. So you can vote for yourself and you're pretty much in. You can have a write-in campaign and you're in. I get concerned because I don't know who out there is running. And if you have 3 seats and 3 people who want to run for their own agenda,
Boom.
they're
New
in.
agenda, yeah.
Yeah, they're in. So I'd probably be less concerned if I was staying. I would be.
Hate you.
I know you hate me. I would be less concerned if I'm staying, but I'm done after this year. So, yeah, I do, because I don't think people realize that if 3 people run, 3 people get in,
Yeah.
for that. And are you running to leave the community a little bit better in which you found it, or are you running because I don't like so-and-so, and so I will do everything in my power to ensure that so-and-so goes?
I am cautiously optimistic because I have had 2 individuals that I am happy with approach me about that particular thing, which I haven't had a
Really?
chance to share with you, and I will not share in open meeting.
Right.
But I am cautiously optimistic. I do think that with the amount of work that this board needs to do, having 5 members, if we can get 5 good members, spreads that burden. And it also, I would love to see some more diversity. I would kill for a parent on this board that's in the schools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely kill for a parent that's in the schools to come sit on this board and bring that perspective back.
And you, newbie?
Newbie
1 month in?
Right? This is my 3rd meeting
right.
of this board.
But-
Right,
Planning
exactly.
board, conservation,
Right, so I
this is
was
just
on conservation for
finally.
13 years and chair of it for 9.
Okay, yep.
I am currently, for a limited stint, also still on planning board.
Okay.
And I was the CPA representative for conservation.
Okay, yeah.
So my strong background in town government is the land use
Yeah.
boards and all of that. And I have, as you may, I'm not sure if you saw the open space report or whatever, but open space is a big thing in Berlin.
Yep.
About 25% of the town is protected in one way or another. We've got the rail trail coming up that will go through Berlin.
Yep.
We've got a open space conservation restriction, land buying thing, a very, very complicated land
Thing.
deal thing, right?
Looking at the River Bridge
Having
agreement.
at River Bridge, right?
Yep.
So, there's a lot going on.
Yep.
And, we're a right farm community, we're a green community, but all of these things go towards the culture of town. But nobody wants to pay more taxes. And nobody, there's a small group of people who really, truly are involved. And, so and we're transitioning. We're transitioning from a smaller, kind of older style of town government to a more modern
Yeah.
form of town government. So you will get people who come in and say, wow, the way we used to do things, more
Gotta
often
keep-
than you probably will imagine.
Gotta keep Berlin.
Yes.
We recently passed that we can now have, ready for this? Hold on.
Okay.
Drive-throughs.
Hey. All right.
Hey!
Only in 2 spots.
Only in 2 spots.
All right. That's more than I have in my town. We're still a no drive-through town. So.
But it took us forever
Yeah.
to make that
Wow.
change.
And
It's
right.
It's a balance of trying to keep what's good and what's working.
And what's valued.
What
Yeah.
makes,
Uh-huh.
and also, do the things that are necessary to bring us to the next step.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's also Solomon Pond Mall.
Yeah. Yeah. Just changed owners, I think.
It did.
And,
Yep,
yeah.
in December.
Want to lease it?
If I had the money, I'd be a
TA
mall.
gig doesn't
Yeah.
work out, there you go.
Yeah.
Do light industrial.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you see the working relationship with the town administrator like? Do you, how hands-on do you want to be as a board?
Right.
All right, I'll go first.
That's a good question.
I'll go first. One town administrator that we had, there wasn't a need to do hands-on because everything seemed to work.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, another town administrator that we had, things got away. And
Okay.
I don't feel that we were as up-to-date or completely in the know. And I think that that has resulted in the circle of life that we are in right now. So whoever the town administrator is, I feel that you need to give him an opportunity to do stuff. But it also, for me, it needs to be a very short leash, that in X amount of months, if nothing's moving, then it's a chat, because we cannot afford to go backwards at all. We need to giddy up and go, and whether it's 2 projects that move forward, yay, that's 2 projects that people stop yelling at us
Right.
about. But that's my view. I've got to give the person who sits in that seat time to settle in and understand what's going on. But also, lack of action, for me, would be a course of reaction on this side of the table.
Yep. Yep. Okay.
And I believe strongly that if it is working well, operations do belong with the TA, policy belongs with us.
Mhm.
And I would like to see it work well. And I think that I would like to put the things in place, particularly with a 5-member board, that if we have a TA who is doing operations well, that we make sure that those are codified so that the board isn't sticking its nose into operations.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think we all believe that we want the process to work well and we want to allow the TA to do their job,
Mm-hmm.
but we need to have a TA that does their job.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And otherwise,
Makes sense,
then
yeah.
we're sort of like, eh.
Right.
Yeah,
Stuck in neutral.
kind of trust but verify.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's my leadership style. It's great.
I like
Yeah.
that. I'm going to steal that.
You may. I
All
stole
right.
it from Ronald Reagan.
Oh.
All of us have stepped in to help where we can.
Right.
Mhm.
Right, right.
And I try to do that very much without stepping on anybody's toes, and I'm also very careful about not, you don't want me to help? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I guess don't feel like you're alone,
Uh-huh.
but also
Do your job.
do your job.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know,
It's amazing, like, showing up and working, how much can get done when you, like, show up and do your job. Isn't it? Yeah. It's true. I mean, like, consistency is very important. And, like, I don't want to say half the job, but part of the job is just showing up and, like, doing your thing.
I
Good
told my
answer.
daughter that.
It's true.
And
Yeah.
I don't even remember. I probably started when she was in high school, but showing up is 90% of it.
It's like you get there, and then
just
it's like, all right,
you
you're there,
have to
now
do
let's
is
do it.
the other 10%
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Great, okay. What do you want, so the TA, what do you want the new TA to do differently?
Their job. Sorry, I probably should have
Wow.
covered that a little better.
Wow. Yes, yes, whoever sits in the TA seat will find that the 3 of us are definitely our own individuals, and if we have something to say, oh, you're going to hear it, and it doesn't
But
get...
in different
But in
forms.
That's good, though.
Yes.
I mean, direct
Very
communication
different.
works
I'm the
well.
quiet one. And
Oh, I'm the bull. I will just go charging down the hall. Case in point, when the new superintendent wasn't responding to our former TA, I took the morning off and went on a field trip and
Showed up.
found him at the high school and introduced myself.
yeah, so we
So,
would
That's
rather
exciting.
not do that
Right.
with you. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm I would say
Good
that
middle.
I'm very easy to work with until
Italian up.
right. Don't get my Italian up. It's just I have this one incident just continues to follow me when I had to slam my hand on the table at a lawyer at a conservation meeting, and I will do that. I will fight for my town. If I feel like we're being taken advantage of, or if that's needed.
That's
But-
like generally very reassuring to hear, 'cause it looks like you guys would be a great team to work with, and have, there's accountability that comes with that, but that's a good thing. There's also support, and that's like very important for me to
100%.
feel supported, and knowing that we have a unified, sort of like we're in this to move forward. It's good.
Yeah, and I think I think we enjoy working together.
Yep.
I enjoy working with both these women, so
Yeah.
I think that having a healthy board makes anybody who is the TA their job easier. So I think that is something that we should strive for, and that is something the community should strive for when they're electing
Yeah.
select board members.
Yeah, and just as I'm sure you would say, don't ever be afraid to come to me with a question. Same's true the other way. Hey, so-and-so showed up at my office
Yeah.
and said this thing. What do you think about that? And,
Yeah.
or just, this is a thing I'm thinking about. What do you think? And honestly, we are here to support you as much as you are here to support us.
I
Well,
mean,
hey, did you see this on Facebook? Did anyone know about it?
yeah. See.
Fake book. Fake book.
And
Yeah.
I think we addressed this a little bit. I think we want our staff to have good morale.
Yes.
Yes.
We want these projects under control.
Yes.
Yeah.
We would like websites communication improved. And there was one other I couldn't remember that came up there because there were 4. What was the other one that was major?
I had staff. Communication, projects.
Communication.
We'll think of it as soon as you walk out the room, and one of us will like
Perfect.
yell it
But
down
they're
the
not.
hall.
It shouldn't.
so-
It won't
Come
come
grab
as
me in the
you'll be
parking
here for
lot.
5 minutes, and none of this will come as a surprise. And I
Uh-huh.
would say that Dee is going to be a fabulous resource for you. She was
Yep.
already, and then she has spent time with a really experienced interim. So you could, if
Dee
you
is the
come
glue.
here,
Yeah.
Just
you
saying.
could not be luckier.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, staff morale is like number one importance in my book. Is if your people are happy, they're going to be working hard and doing a good job, and that's like sort of a general philosophy I have, is to keep your people happy, and if they're not, figure out what's going on.
And I guess that would be maybe that's the other part, was volunteers. We need our volunteers to
Yes.
be supported.
Mhm.
We need the TA's office to take the lead on projects. We
Mhm.
need, folks to not
Do their
feel like
own
they
thing.
have the support that they need.
Yeah.
As I think our volunteers are asked to do things they should never ever be asked to do,
Yeah.
or have expectations on them that no volunteer should have on them.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
not fair, and it's
Yeah.
frustrating, and it's how you don't keep volunteers and how volunteers
That drives
get-
people away. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
Right.
don't want that.
Or
Yeah.
how they then decide
to go rogue.
to go rogue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even worse. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Okay. What would you expect of me in the first 90 days?
Have a
I-
plan.
That would be
Come back
nice.
to us after 90 days and tell us what you think.
Right. What do you see?
Mhm.
What do you see?
What do you think should happen?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Spend that first 90 days getting to know your community, because we have a cast of characters that is,
Yeah.
I mean, we have amazing folks, but we're quirky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay.
And obviously, if you came, don't let us lose that ARPA money or those grant funds.
Yeah,
That would be
that's like,
disappointing.
as a finance person, like it would kill me to give back money.
Yeah.
I hate it. So these guys know it's the worst. It's like giving back money that you got, hard fought money. It's the worst. So you can find ways that, with ARPA, you can shift within other existing obligations also. So if like something looks like it's stalling, the pivot may become critical.
Yeah, we just did.
I was gonna say,
that's
didn't
on
we
for-
already do
well,
that?
It's on for Monday. There's another one. So
Yeah.
All right, is there anything else that either?
No further questions from me.
Anything else you guys have for Alex?
Good.
No, I think we
Alright.
covered it all. Yep.
So, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for waiting for being last guy in.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yes,
it's a
it's
pleasure.
very hard, but I do think it's really important that both us and the community, make sure that we talk to people long enough to find
Sure.
out that people are a good fit.
Totally agree. Yeah, got to be thorough on this.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for the time, and I really am thrilled at the opportunity. And I hope it ends up. I hope we can keep working together. How about that? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So you want to take 5 before we reconvene?
No,
Are we good?
Okay.
I'm good. Let's roll.
Yeah, we took our 5 after.
Right,
so I
after
think
the
I'm
last
good.
one.
Thanks. I'm gonna bring this trash with me. Pack it up.
Gotta get to the transfer station.
Madam Chair, we'll sit up here, and I would invite Mike, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
Because he chaired the screening committee.
Absolutely.
And he did sit through all of it.
He did,
Yes.
No, Mike, you can't do that.
even though he was allowed to wear shorts.
See, that's what skirts are
See,
for.
that's right.
Peg, I heard about that
And
discussion.
this,
think
look,
there's-
look.
Piper has some skirts
Skort.
like that. Oh
You
my
know-
God, she loves them.
The last time I was in a dress was my sister's wedding, which was about 35, 40 years ago.
I know. This is the closest I come as a skirt.
All right.
Yeah. That way I still feel like I have shorts on.
Oh, dear God.
I will say it's weird being in here wearing shorts. It's the first time I've done it, and I'm not sure I'll do it again.
Why? You know what? I think you should. I think you should shake up fire and show up in your white shirt and a pair of black shorts.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
we
funny.
we could really get something in if you came in a skirt.
Yeah,
That would really make a splash.
it's a kilt.
Yeah, you could be Scottish today, because today's the game, right?
It is.
Fire o' Mike.
Fire on Mike.
Fire o' Mike.
That works.
You'd fit right in because all the Fife. Have you seen all this stuff? All the
Yes.
the Scots are coming in and
Yep.
having a good time.
I got friends going into Boston today. because
Oh, my
they're
gosh.
Scottish.
Yeah.
I'm like, I wouldn't go near the place, but
Yeah.
Nope.
See, if Berlin had a bar, we could leave it open until 3.
until 3.
I know. And it would be filled until 3.
Yeah, ask the public safety people what their thoughts are.
Yeah, right?
You
Exactly.
might get a different view.
Yeah. I'm not sure it would affect us too much here.
Well, probably not.
Because the only two places are going to be West Street Tavern
Probably
and,
not.
110, which
110.
really isn't ours.
We would have to adopt
No.
that before the
yeah.
Yeah.
No, 110's ours.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there's a party in town today. We could be there till 3, so just saying. Which probably will
Could
be.
you write down the address?
Absolutely.
All right. So, how do we want to proceed? Do you wish to discuss individual candidates? Do you wish to do a general discussion? Do you have thoughts already on whether one of these individuals fits?
I have thought on an individual who does not fit,
Okay.
and that would be the first candidate, Evan. He has no degree, and when he said that he didn't feel that it was necessary to get it, but he'd only get it if we required it, I'm thinking as a giant slap into the face to the town administrators who came before and the town administrators that will come after. If he doesn't feel that it's necessary, then why are we even asking for it? And with no procurement, here comes the shifting sand piles again. He's not going to be able to do the work to help out, which means it shifts to the assistant TA, which means any work that the assistant TA would be doing then goes to sit in the corner while procurements get out the door. So unfortunately, I think that that would be a giant step back for the town.
Yeah, I would agree with that, just from a depth standpoint. I don't think he
Yep.
has the depth yet
Nope.
to, maybe at some point he will, but I don't think he has the depth yet to come into this community and deal with all of the things that we
Mm-mm.
have going on.
Right.
I think he has potential for a future, but not yet.
Yeah, as I said, Lisa, we're not ranking people, and Mike didn't rank anybody. We're just here to answer any questions that you may have missed, and you did a great job, by the way, comprehensive questions. We're just here to answer anything you want to hear about the candidates. But
Did you have anything in that vein to share, or did, no?
Nope, I would agree with you, and those are the same concerns that I had also brought up. And I think he's a very strong candidate. He's very smart. He knows a lot of what's there. And, you know, I've kind of used it when I spoke within the committee ourselves. One of the examples I use is I get a lot of people that apply to be part of the fire department that were volunteers someplace else, and they don't have a certification, but they've got 18 years of experience. And my response to that, because they're always like, I'll get it, it's easy to get. And it's like, it was easy to get, you would have already done it. And you didn't
And
show the commitment to do it.
I mean, this tends to unfortunately be a job that doesn't really allow for a lot of outside time to do those things.
Well, that was my concern, when he said that he would, you know, he would commit to getting it within a certain amount of time, and I'm like, when?
And what
Yep.
suffers, because,
And
yeah,
then
Right.
If it doesn't happen, we're right back at the table
Right.
trying to do this again
Right.
when the
Right.
deadline
There's
isn't
just-
met. It's
there's
just not a good
Yeah,
plan.
there's not going to be the additional time.
Correct. And
Um,
to your point also, the procurement laws, you know, having that's I mean, it's like, I kind of looked into that to take, and I give Dee a lot of credit for taking the program, because I looked into it, because I was like, hey, I can educate myself and stuff, and it's like, I do not have the time to take that program.
Yeah.
And I keep telling myself, eventually I will, and I'm thinking it's not going to happen. But again, it's just knowing the procurement laws and the amount of times that just as one department head that I'm upstairs to say, hey, can I do this? How do I go about that? It's another, if you will, it's another cog to slow us down until that gets completed.
Right,
and we
Yep.
can't slow.
right.
So-
We just, we can't backpedal.
So what you should hear is the latest from us, and that is that, and you just talked about it, Evan is in no other process. He came and he told you this is the only town he's looking for. Jim and Alex are. Jim interviewed Thursday night in Marshfield, and he's been in other finals and hasn't yet landed that position. And Alex is in other positions, and in fact has been offered a position,
In Hubbardston.
but wanted to go through this process because this is his preference in terms of the towns that he's involved in right now. So that's just the latest update. That other town who he's involved with wants to meet with him next Monday. So, just so you know.
Okay, so where are we on the two that we know could do the job?
So, there were a lot of things about Jim that impressed me. But I feel like we would probably need someone who is looking for less direction from us. The fact that he kept saying, which in some situations is great, you know, you tell me what to do and I'll go. But I think we're looking for someone who will come to us and say, this is what I recommend. What do you want me to do? And I didn't really get from him that was how he saw the job.
Okay.
I'm looking. He said a couple things that,
I liked his confidence. I liked his ability. You know, in other scenarios that we asked him about, he seemed very willing to take a leadership role. But then he kind of kept always coming back to whatever you guys want me to do.
it's funny, he said, oh, on day one, I'll have no learning curve. I'm like, what? Yeah. Yeah. So that did not sit well with me. You know, he talked about the transition to 5 as, his words, not difficult, shouldn't make any difference in the board. That's great. He wants to hold an off-site. No one's going to go. But he used stupid when he was describing some actions, and I know that, you know, these things slip out, but they shouldn't slip out. And when he talked about the strained relationship that he had in Townsend, he specifically said that he didn't learn anything. And I was like, what? You always learn something, but to say that he would not do anything differently and he didn't learn anything gave a giant red flag that just went screaming all around my head.
I guess I did pose that question with the hope that I would get a learning experience, a
Yeah.
sort of in retrospect answer.
Right.
So I don't disagree with your assessment there.
Yeah, I mean, he seemed really well-skilled, but, and I know you can't quantify this, but it's not a good fit for this town to come in with that type of...
That's what we always say. We'll bring you people who can do the job.
Right,
Is
right.
it the right fit?
No.
That's not our decision.
In my
That's yours.
opinion, for him, no, I have a feeling that people would be far more alienated than,
I guess I would be concerned that he would get people's backs up,
yep, right away.
but.
Yep.
And we've already been through
I
that
mean,
and
his
lived through
experience
that.
is amazing, and I've heard
Absolutely.
practical solutions that I really liked,
Yep.
and that sort of thing. I'm just concerned that
Yep.
he would put people's backs up.
I agree.
Okay, so that puts us at Alex. How do we feel about Alex?
I liked him. I liked him a lot.
What did you like?
I liked his energy. Like his demeanor, whatever word you want to use. I am concerned a little bit that he might be a little too nice. That he might, not be able to like really put his foot down should too many people, take up too much of his time, and, kind of some of the problems that we saw the last time as far as just being too nice.
I think that we can help with that, though. I think that we can put some parameters in and have those conversations with him to say, yeah, you can have an open door policy, but please, dear God, no, it's not going to be 8 hours a day, 4 days a
Right.
week. It's going to be Monday from 9 to 10 and Tuesday, and then that's it. And if people come banging at the door, unless you're bleeding to death and there's a bone sticking out of your head, then you got to go away and make another appointment.
And there's a difference
You know?
between an open door policy with staff and an open door policy with.
I'm just going to
but-
charge
Yeah.
in and listen to
Yeah.
everybody in the town.
Yeah.
And the other thing I guess I would note is I suspect that he could be firm, he would just do it quietly.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that he probably has it in him, because I don't think anybody would say that I am noisy when I put my foot down, but that doesn't mean that I can't.
That you're not stopping.
And that I'm
Yeah.
not firm.
Yep.
If there's an issue.